Chapter 1. The surface. The alarm didn't buzz. It rattled against the metal frame of the bunk. James groaned, throwing a heavy arm over his eyes to block out the harsh, caged bulb on the ceiling. For a split second, in the fuzzy space between sleep and waking, he reached out with his left hand. He expected to find the soft warmth of his wife's shoulder. Instead, his knuckles scraped against the cold, damp steel of the ship's bulkhead. Reality hit him like a bucket of ice water. He wasn't in their bed in Seattle. He was 300 miles off the coast of Japan, rocking back and forth in the belly of a deep-sea support freighter. And Sarah wasn't his wife anymore. Not really. Not since she found the hotel receipt in his jacket pocket 3 weeks ago. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to push away the memory of the look on her face. The way her voice hadn't even been angry, just hollow. He had cheated. He had ruined the only good thing in his life, and instead of staying to fix it, he had packed a single duffel bag and signed up for the deepest, darkest, most isolated job he could find on the company board. James sat up and swung his legs over the edge of the bunk. The steel floor was freezing. He laced up his boots, ignoring the dull ache behind his eyes. The hallway outside his quarters smelled like diesel fuel and stale coffee. He walked up the narrow stairs to the main deck. The morning air was freezing, thick with salty mist and the deafening roar of the freighter's engines. The sky was the color of bruised iron. "Morning, Jimmy," a voice barked over the wind. It was Miller, the deck boss, holding a clipboard and looking miserable in a bright orange rain jacket. "You ready for the quiet?" "Born ready," James lied, rubbing his hands together for warmth. He walked over to the edge of the deck, looking down into the churning black water. Hanging from a massive yellow crane was the Manta. It was a deep-sea submersible, but it didn't look like a submarine from the movies. It looked like a titanium sphere bolted to a heavy steel sled, covered in thrusters, batteries, and thick yellow cables. This was James's office. He was a benthic systems technician, a fancy title for a guy who fixed broken electronics at the bottom of the ocean. "All right, let's go over the timeline," Miller said, shouting over the crane's engine. "You are dropping down to the trench floor. Depth is roughly 32,000 feet. You're going to locate the acoustic sensor array that went dark last week, pull the burned-out housing, and install the new one. It's tedious work. We've got you budgeted for a 5-day trip." "5 days down there," James muttered, looking at the tiny window on the front of the sphere. "Plenty of time." "Your rations are already loaded," Miller said, tapping his clipboard. 5 days' worth of emergency merries and foil water pouches. The food is mostly that high-calorie paste and freeze-dried beef stew. Tastes like salted dirt, but it'll keep you alive. James nodded. He didn't care about the food, he just wanted the silence. He climbed down the metal ladder and squeezed through the tight circular hatch at the top of the submersible. The inside of the Manta was roughly the size of a walk-in closet. It smelled heavily of ozone, rubbing alcohol, and old sweat. The walls were packed tight with circuit boards, pressure gauges, and exposed wiring. Right beside the pilot's seat was a small mesh netting holding his rations. He grabbed one of the silver foil water pouches. It crinkled loudly in the small space. He tossed it back into the net without opening it. 5 days, he just had to make it last 5 days. James dropped into the pilot's chair and reached up to grab the heavy hatch handle. With a hard pull and a twist, the steel teeth locked into place. The hiss of the rubber seal engaging made his ears pop. The roar of the ocean and the ship's engines vanished instantly. Total, suffocating silence. He reached out and flipped the main power switch. The cabin bathed in a dim, cool white light. The life support systems kicked on. The CO2 scrubbers behind his chair began a steady, rhythmic humming, breathing in the dead air, filtering it and pushing it back out. Directly in front of him, a small, square computer monitor flickered to life. This was the SOS, the Submersible Operations System. It didn't have a voice. It was just a black screen that communicated in blocky, bright green text. The cursor blinked twice, and the text clattered across the screen like an old typewriter. System online, cabin pressure, nominal, oxygen level, 21%. Uplink secured. Waiting for drop clearance, James grabbed the heavy, coiled microphone attached to the dashboard. It was the acoustic radio that turned his voice into sound waves, sending them up through the water to the ship above. "Surface. This is Manta," James said, his voice sounding flat and dead in the cramped cabin. "Life support is green. Comms are linked. I am ready to drop." A burst of static crackled over the speaker. "Copy that, Manta. Releasing the winch. See you in 5 days, James." James felt his stomach jump into his throat as the crane released the locking pins. The sub dropped like a stone. Water smashed against the thick glass viewport. The bright gray of the morning ocean quickly turned to a deep, royal blue, and then to a dark, inky purple. James leaned back in his chair, watching the light fade away entirely. Down here, nobody could ask him why he did it. Down here, the only thing he had to worry about was the pressure. On the screen in front of him, the green text clacked out a new message. "Descent initiated. Current depth, 1,000 feet. James closed his eyes. 5 days. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 2, The 8-Foot World. Current depth, 400 feet. Descent velocity, 0.5 meters per second. External pressure, 12,600 psi. James stared at the glowing green text of the SOS terminal, his eyes burning from lack of sleep. It was day 2. The descent was a painfully slow process. You couldn't just drop a metal ball to the bottom of the ocean. You had to let it sink at a controlled crawl, giving the titanium hull time to compress and acclimate to the crushing weight of the water. He rubbed his face, his beard already starting to scratch against his palms, and pushed himself out of the pilot's chair. Standing up in the Manta was an exercise in geometry. The submersible was a perfect sphere, exactly 8 feet in diameter. There were no corners, no right angles, and absolutely nowhere to pace. If James stood in the dead center and stretched his arms out, his fingertips could brush the curved, cold metal on both sides. It was laid out in a tight circle of pure utility. The front quadrant was the helm, the pilot's seat, the viewport, and the SOS terminal. To his left was a fold-down cot made of stretched canvas that barely accommodated his 6-foot frame. Behind the cot, hidden by a thin, fire-retardant curtain, was the head, a chemical toilet that already smelled faintly of bleach and ammonia. To his right, bolted to the curved wall, was the life support manifold, a dense thicket of silver pipes, carbon filters, and the primary CO2 scrubber. The floor beneath his boots wasn't solid. It was a steel grating. Below it sat the bilge, the batteries, and the emergency ballast tanks. Every time he shifted his weight, the grating clanked. James stretched his arms over his head, his knuckles grazing the overhead lighting fixture. His lower back throbbed. He needed to eat. He turned toward the small mesh cargo net bolted above the life support manifold. He pulled out a heavy foil pouch labeled meal, ready to eat. Stew, beef, dehydrated. The silence in the cabin was so absolute that the sound of the thick foil crinkling in his hands sounded like a gunshot. He winced, acutely aware of how loud he was being. Down here, sound was the only company you had, and you quickly learned to hate it. He hooked the foil pouch onto a small, low-voltage heating coil mounted to the wall, then grabbed a silver water bladder. He unscrewed the plastic cap, bit down on the nozzle, and squeezed. The water was lukewarm and tasted heavily of iodine and plastic. He forced down 3 large swallows, then immediately stopped. 5 days, he had 48 of these water pouches. He did the math in his head, 10 pouches a day, max. If he drank out of boredom, he'd be dangerously dehydrated by Thursday. He screwed the cap back on tight and wedged it back into the net. When the heating coil dinged, James pulled the beef stew down and tore the top off the pouch. Thick, brown steam wafted up into the cool air of the cabin. He dug in with a plastic spoon. It was the texture of wet mortar and tasted like pure sodium. He chewed slowly, staring blankly at the dark glass of the viewport. There was nothing out there, just a solid wall of black water. The smell of the salty, artificial beef hit the back of his throat, and suddenly he wasn't 30,000 feet underwater anymore. He was standing in the kitchen of his house in Seattle. It was a Tuesday night. Sarah was standing by the stove, stirring a pot of real stew, the smell of garlic and red wine filling the house. She had been wearing his oversized gray sweater. He had walked up behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and rested his chin on her shoulder. She had leaned back into him, completely relaxed, completely trusting. That was exactly 2 weeks before the conference in Portland. 2 weeks before the hotel bar. 2 weeks before he drank too much, let a conversation with a stranger go too far, and destroyed a 6-year marriage for 20 minutes of meaningless, cowardly adrenaline. Sarah hadn't yelled when she found the receipt from the Portland hotel tucked into his luggage. She hadn't thrown plates. She had just sat at the kitchen table, the paper resting flat under her hands, and looked up at him with eyes that were entirely shattered. "Why, James?" she had asked, her voice a fragile whisper. He hadn't been able to answer her. He hadn't known the answer. So, he had done what he always did when things got complicated. He ran. He took the first long-haul, deep-water contract the company offered. He buried himself at the bottom of the world so he wouldn't have to look at the wreckage he'd left on the surface. James choked on a bite of the paste. He coughed, tossing the half-eaten pouch of stew into a small trash receptacle near the toilet. The guilt was a physical weight in his chest, pressing down on his lungs harder than the thousands of pounds of water outside the hull. He needed a distraction. He needed to work. He stepped back to the helm and dropped into the pilot's seat. Current depth, 29,100 feet. As he read the screen, a new sound cut through the steady hum of the cabin. Thwack, thwack, thwack. It was rhythmic, metallic, and coming from directly behind him. James spun around in the chair. The primary CO2 scrubber was a tall, cylindrical unit covered in a metal grate. Inside, a heavy-duty fan pulled the cabin air through the chemical filters. Every time the fan made a full rotation, the blade was catching on something. Thwack, thwack, thwack. James frowned. He pulled a rag from his back pocket and stood up. He wasn't panicked. This was a normal quirk of the deep. The temperature of the water outside the hull was hovering just above freezing. That cold transferred through the titanium, turning the moisture from his breath into thick condensation that beaded up on the cold metal. A heavy drop of condensation had formed on the ceiling, dripped directly onto the scrubber's intake grate, and frozen into a small, jagged icicle. The plastic fan blade was clipping the ice with every spin. James wiped the ice away with the rag. The thwack instantly stopped, returning the cabin to the smooth, steady hum of the life support. He exhaled a long breath and wiped the wet rag across the back of his neck. Just a quirk. The machine was fine. He sat back down at the terminal. External temp, 34 degrees Fahrenheit. Cabin temp, 61 degrees Fahrenheit. James shivered, pulling his fleece jacket a little tighter around his chest. It was going to be a long 5 days. Chapter 3. Marine Snow. There was no dramatic crash, no sudden jolt. If James hadn't been watching the depth gauge, he wouldn't have even known they had stopped. The Manta simply settled into the abyssal muck with the soft, soundless grace of a feather landing on a mattress. Target depth reached, 32,800 feet. Descent halted. Ballast Neutral. James let out a long breath, unclenching his jaw. He reached up to the overhead panel and flicked a row of toggle switches. Outside the thick acrylic viewport, the massive external halogen floodlights sparked, hummed, and then unblasted the trench floor with blinding white light. For a moment, all James could see was a blizzard. Millions of tiny, pale white flakes swirled in the water, illuminated by the high beams. It was marine snow, the constant, endless shower of dead organic matter, microscopic shells, and dust falling from the sunlit surface 6 miles above. It accumulated on the trench floor like gray powdered sugar. Beneath the swirling snow, the landscape was completely barren. No fish, no plants. Just flat, gray silt, stretching out into the dark, bordered by a towering wall of sheer black basalt to his left. It looked like the surface of a dead moon. He was at the bottom of the world. James keyed the radio. "Surface, this is Manta. Touchdown confirmed. I have visual on the trench floor. Engaging local sonar to find the array." Static hissed. It took almost 20 seconds for the sound waves to travel up to the freighter and back down. "Copy that, Manta." Miller's voice crackled, distorted and metallic. "Take it slow, Jimmy. You kick up too much of that silt, you'll be flying blind for hours." Understood. James turned his attention to the sonar screen. He tapped a few keys, sending out an active ping. Ping. The high-pitched electronic chirp echoed through the cabin. A bright green line swept in a circle across the black screen. Nothing. Ping. The line swept again. This time, a sharp green cluster bloomed on the edge of the display, roughly 200 yards dead ahead. "Target acquired," James muttered. He grabbed the twin flight sticks mounted to the arms of his chair. Piloting the Manta horizontally wasn't like driving a car. It was like trying to push a refrigerator across an ice rink. He gently nudged the right stick forward. Outside, the port side thruster whined. The sub sluggishly rotated. He pushed both sticks forward, and the Manta crept over the silt, moving at an agonizingly slow 2 miles per hour. 5 minutes later, the target materialized out of the gloom. The acoustic sensor array looked like a collapsed radio tower, half buried in the mud. It was a 15-foot-tall tripod of yellow steel, covered in barnacles of rust and thick layers of marine snow. At the very center of the tripod was a large, cylindrical titanium housing. That was the burned-out data node he was here to replace. James drifted the Manta until the front of the sphere was just 5 feet from the array. He pulled back on the sticks, firing the reverse thrusters to bring the sub to a dead stop. Now came the hard part. He locked the flight sticks and pulled down the manipulator controls from the ceiling. They looked like a pair of oversized, heavy-duty mechanical gloves. He slid his hands into the metal grips and strapped his forearms in. Outside the hull, mounted to the front of the sled, the 2 massive hydraulic arms powered up with a deep, vibrating groan. Operating the manipulators was exhausting. There was no delicate touch. The controls used force feedback, meaning James had to physically fight the hydraulic pressure of the system to make the giant metal claws move. He flexed his fingers. Outside, the heavy steel pincers opened and closed, churning the water. "All right," James whispered to himself. 4 bolts. Let's not strip them." He guided the right robotic arm toward the titanium housing. It was agonizingly slow work. Through the viewport, he watched the massive metal claw hover over the first bolt. His own shoulders burned as he carefully twisted his wrist, aligning the pneumatic socket wrench built into the arm's wrist joint over the bolt head. He squeezed the trigger on his hand grip. Outside, the socket engaged. Clack, 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 clack. The vibration traveled all the way through the robotic arm, into the hull, and up into his teeth. The bolt groaned, fighting the friction of the deep-sea pressure before finally giving way. James carefully extracted it and dropped it into a small metal basket attached to the sub's front bumper. 1 down. 3 to go. He moved to the second bolt. The cabin was freezing, but a line of sweat tricked down James's temple. He was entirely locked in. This was why he was good at his job. When he was operating the heavy machinery, his brain didn't have the spare processing power to think about Seattle, or the hotel in Portland, or the way Sarah's voice had cracked. Machines made sense. If a bolt was tight, you applied torque. If a wire was frayed, you spliced it. There was a manual for this. There were rules. You diagnosed the problem, you applied the correct mechanical force, and the problem was solved. He stripped the second bolt, then the third. By the time he got the fourth bolt out and pulled the heavy titanium cover off the array, an hour had passed. His arms felt like they were filled with lead. He unstrapped his hands from the manipulator gloves and let them hang by his sides, panting softly. He reached for the mesh net and grabbed his water pouch. Taking a strict, measured sip, James looked at the SOS terminal, housing removed. Awaiting node extraction, he wiped his forehead with the back of his sleeve. "I'm pulling the dead node now," he said into the radio. He strapped back into the manipulator gloves. He guided the left claw gently into the exposed machinery of the array, clamping down on the dead sensor node. He pulled. It was stuck. He gritted his teeth, applying more pressure to the rig, fighting the resistance in the gloves. With a sudden violent jerk, the node popped free, kicking up a massive cloud of gray silt into the water. James quickly pulled the robotic arm back, dropping the dead node into the basket. The water outside the viewport was totally opaque now, thick with swirling mud. He couldn't see the array. He couldn't see anything. He checked the sonar screen to make sure he hadn't drifted. The green line swept across the black circle. Ping, the array was right there. Dead ahead. Ping. The line swept again. The array was there. But right at the edge of the screen, just at the boundary of the sonar's 50-yard range, another shape bloomed. It was a faint green smudge. James frowned, letting go of the manipulators. He leaned closer to the screen. It wasn't a rock outcropping. It was moving, very slowly, just gliding along the edge of the thermocline, 50 yards to his port side. SOS, James typed into the terminal keyboard. Identify sonar anomaly. Grid sector 4. The typewriter keys clacked in the quiet cabin. Analyzing. Biological mass detected. Estimated length, 40 feet. James swallowed hard. 40 feet. Down here, the only things that big were giant squid or sleeper sharks. Neither of them usually cared about a metal sphere, but the sudden reminder that he wasn't entirely alone in the dark made the hair on his arms stand up. Ping. The line swept again. The screen was empty. Whatever it was, it had slipped back into the acoustic shadow. James stared at the empty green circle for a long time before he finally strapped his hands back into the gloves. Chapter 4. The acoustic shadow. The gray silt finally settled, sinking back to the trench floor like heavy dust. James exhaled, his breath pluming in the freezing air of the cabin. His shoulders were completely numb. For the past 2 hours, he had wrestled with the massive hydraulic arms, carefully extracting the new titanium sensor node from the Manta's storage sled and threading it into the ancient, rusted housing of the tripod. He strapped his hands back into the manipulator gloves for the final time. The force feedback motors whined in protest as he aligned the socket wrench over the last bolt. Clack, 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 clack. The heavy steel threads bit into the housing. The bolt locked tight. James slumped back in the pilot's seat, unstrapping his forearms. His hands were shaking slightly from muscle fatigue. He rubbed his eyes, trying to massage away the dull headache throbbing at his temples, and looked at the SOS terminal. Installation complete. Node power, 100%. Data stream initiated. James reached for the coiled microphone, his thumb pressing the transmit button. Surface, this is Manta. New node is seated and powered. Are you receiving the data stream? He leaned his head back against the headrest and waited. Down here, conversation required patience. 10 seconds up, 10 seconds down. Finally, the radio cracked to life. The audio was slightly distorted, but Miller's gruff voice pushed through the static. Copy that. Manta, we are seeing green lights across the board. Data packets are flowing beautifully. Excellent work, Jimmy. Go ahead and power down the manipulators to conserve battery. Your orders are to hold position for the next 6 hours and monitor the packet loss. Get some rest. Understood, James said. Manta holding position. Talk to you in a few. He hung the microphone back on its hook and reached up to the overhead panel, flipping the toggle switches for the external halogens. The blinding white lights snapped off. The darkness slammed into the viewport, absolute and impenetrable. The only light left was the cool white glow of the cabin halogens and the bright green text of the terminal. This was the hardest part of the job, the waiting. When he was fixing things, his mind was occupied. But sitting perfectly still, in an 8-foot titanium sphere, 32,000 feet below the sun, the silence became a physical weight. It pressed against his eardrums. It amplified the sound of his own breathing, his own heartbeat, the rhythmic hum-hiss of the CO2 scrubber behind him. James reached into the mesh net and pulled out a silver water pouch. He unscrewed the cap and took a small, measured swallow. The iodine tasted sharp and bitter on his tongue. He did the math. 47 pouches left. He checked the sonar. The green line swept rhythmically across the black screen. Ping. The screen was empty. Whatever that 40-foot biological mass had been, it was gone. Probably just a sleeper shark, drifting on a deep current, entirely uninterested in the metal ball resting in the mud. James unzipped his fleece jacket slightly and leaned his head back. He tried to close his eyes, but the moment he did, he saw the hotel room in Portland. He saw the dim lighting, the empty glasses on the nightstand. He felt that sickening, immediate wave of regret that had washed over him the second he woke up. He snapped his eyes open. "Don't," he whispered to the empty cabin. He stared at the SOS terminal, forcing his brain to focus on the green text scrolling across the screen. The sub was downloading diagnostic packets from the array and relaying them to the surface. It was a steady, rhythmic flow of data. Then the Manta groaned. It was a deep, resonant sound, like a massive cello string being plucked somewhere inside the titanium hull. James sat up straight. The steel grating beneath his boots vibrated. He checked the depth gauge. Current depth, 32,800 feet. They hadn't moved. They were still resting on the bottom, but the temperature gauge on the dashboard was dropping rapidly. External temp, 34, 31, 28 degrees Fahrenheit. "That's not right," James muttered. Salt water doesn't freeze at 32 degrees like fresh water, but a sudden, massive drop in temperature meant only one thing: an abyssal current, deep underwater, rivers of hypersaline, freezing water, moved like slow-motion avalanches. They created distinct, dense layers in the ocean called thermoclines. The sub groaned again, louder this time. The hull was expanding slightly as the freezing current washed over it. Frost immediately began to bloom in the corners of the viewport, delicate white crystals crawling across the thick acrylic. James zipped his fleece all the way to his chin, his breath turning to thick white smoke. On the SOS screen, the smooth, steady flow of diagnostic data suddenly stuttered, relaying Rayla YING. "Packet loss 12%, James frowned. He grabbed the microphone. "Surface, this is Manta. I've got a heavy thermocline shifting over my position. Seeing some packet loss on the data relay, do you copy?" He waited. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Nothing. "Surface, Manta. Come back." A burst of static exploded from the speaker. so loud and sharp it made James flinch. It wasn't the white noise of an open channel. It was a harsh, aggressive squeal. The text on the SOS terminal flickered. Miller was trying to send a text-based acoustic message down to him, but the SOS was struggling to translate it. The thermocline, the dense wall of freezing water shifting above the sub, was acting like a mirror. Acoustic telemetry relied on sound waves. When sound waves hit a sudden change in water density, they didn't pass through, they bounced off. James was being swallowed by an acoustic shadow. The terminal clacked out Miller's broken message. SRFACTOMNTAWERELO SINGACOUSTIC PINGCANYOUHEAR. James slammed his thumb onto the keyboard, typing frantically. SOS acoustic gain to maximum. Punch through it. Boosting acoustic gain. Warning. Thermocline density critical. Signal refraction at 88%. Just send it, James yelled at the screen he typed. Manta to surface. I am in a shadow. Losing you. He hit enter. The sub's external transducer fired a massive, high-decibel pulse, trying to hammer the sound waves through the freezing ceiling above them. The terminal waited. Then, Miller's final, fragmented message bled onto the screen. MANTADONOTWECANNOT. The text stopped. The SOS screen blinked twice, the cursor hanging in the black void. Then, a fresh line of text clattered across the display. No carrier detected. Uplink severed. James stared at the words. The static on the radio abruptly cut out, replaced by a hollow, ringing silence. He hit the transmit button on the microphone again and again, his thumb pressing the plastic so hard his knuckle turned white. Miller! Miller, do you read me? Surface, come back. No carrier detected. James slowly lowered the microphone. He looked at the frost creeping across the glass of the viewport. He wasn't just at the bottom of the ocean anymore. The door above him had been locked. He was entirely, utterly alone. Chapter 5, The Abyssal Storm. No carrier detected. The green text glared at James from the black screen. He stared at it for a full minute, listening to the heavy, ragged sound of his own breathing echoing off the curved titanium walls. Okay, James said out loud, his voice sounding thin and small. Okay, it's just a thermocline. A weather front. It'll pass over. The water density will normalize, and the ping will punch through. Just have to wait it out. He unbuckled his safety harness and pushed himself up from the pilot's seat. He needed to move, even if it was just shifting his weight from one foot to the other on the cramped metal grating. He looked up at the mesh cargo net. The foil pouches of water and the brown bricks of dehydrated food sat neatly packed together. He had planned to just sit here for 5 days, reading a paperback and eating his allotted rations, while the sub babysat the new sensor node. Now, the math in his head started to shift. If the thermocline stalled over his position, it could be hours, maybe even a full day, before he could tell the surface he was still alive. He didn't touch the water. He couldn't afford to panic drink. The manta groaned again. This time, the sound didn't fade. It deepened into a low, vibrating hum that rattled the loose tools in the metal basket outside. James frowned and stepped back to the viewport. He flicked the external halogens back on. The marine snow wasn't falling anymore. It was flying horizontally. The white flakes of deep-sea dust were whipping past the thick acrylic glass at a terrifying speed, driven by an invisible, massive force. The thermocline wasn't just a layer of cold water. It was an abyssal current, a deep-water river moving with the kinetic energy of a freight train. Suddenly, the floor grating beneath James's boots tilted. He stumbled sideways, his shoulder slamming hard against the life support manifold. A wrench clattered to the floor. The entire submersible was leaning sharply to the left. Whoa! Whoa! James scrambled back to the pilot's seat, throwing himself into the harness and snapping the heavy buckle across his chest. He grabbed the twin flight sticks. The current was hitting the Manta broadside. The sub was heavy, but the ocean was infinitely heavier. The water was physically pushing the titanium sphere across the muddy floor of the trench. Outside the window, he watched in horror as the heavy yellow tripod of the sensor array he had just fixed slid past his vision, disappearing into the dark as the Manta was dragged backward. A horrific, high-pitched screech of metal on rock echoed through the cabin. The sled underneath the sub was scraping against the jagged basalt floor. Warning, inclination at 15 degrees. Warning, inclination at 22 degrees. The green text flashed rapidly on the SOS screen. If the sub tilted past 45 degrees, it would roll over entirely. If it rolled, the external thrusters would smash against the rocks, snapping off and leaving him permanently crippled on the bottom. "I can't stay on the bottom." James gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the flight sticks so hard his knuckles turned white. "It's gonna flip us." He had to get off the floor. He had to ride the current. James reached over to the ballast controls, blowing emergency air, firing vertical thrusters. He punched the heavy red button on the dash and yanked back on the flight sticks. Beneath him, compressed air hissed violently into the ballast tanks, forcing seawater out. The vertical thrusters screamed to life. With a sickening lurch, the Manta popped loose from the mud. The moment they left the friction of the trench floor, the current grabbed them. James was slammed back into his seat as the sub was violently accelerated into the pitch black. It felt like being trapped inside a washing machine that had just been kicked down a flight of stairs. Gravity lost all meaning. The halogens illuminated nothing but a blinding blizzard of white silt and churning bubbles. James fought the sticks, trying to keep the nose of the sphere pointed forward, but the water was tossing him around like a toy. "Psst! Give me altitude! Give me distance from the wall!" James yelled, his voice cracking. The typewriter keys clacked in rapid succession. Proximity alert. Collision imminent. "Where?" James screamed. A massive shadow materialized out of the swirling white snow in the viewport. It was a jagged spire of black volcanic rock, rushing straight at the glass. James threw his entire body weight into the left flight stick, firing the starboard thrusters at maximum overdrive to try and dodge it. The Manta violently banked, but it wasn't fast enough. Crash! The impact was deafening. The starboard side of the sled slammed into the rock spire. James was thrown violently forward, his collarbone biting hard into the heavy straps of his harness. Sparks showered from the overhead lighting panel, raining down on his shoulders. The main cabin lights flickered, died, and then snapped back on, glowing a sickly, dim yellow instead of their usual crisp white. The sub spun wildly off the rock, spinning like a top in the dark water. James gagged, fighting back a wave of nausea as the gyroscope spun out of control. He squeezed his eyes shut and held onto the sticks, praying the glass wouldn't shatter. Then, just as suddenly as it had grabbed him, the current let him go. The Manta shot out of the edge of the thermocline and drifted into dead, still water. The violent spinning slowly came to a halt. The sub bobbed gently in the black void, completely unmoored. James sat frozen in his seat, his chest heaving, his mouth tasting like old pennies. Every muscle in his body was shaking. He kept his hands locked on the flight sticks, waiting for another impact. None came. It was perfectly, terrifyingly quiet again. "I'm alive," he whispered, wiping a streak of sweat from his eyes. "I'm alive." He reached for the SOS keyboard. His hands were trembling so badly. He hit the wrong keys twice before typing his command. "SOS. Damage report. Give me our coordinates. Where did it spit us out?" He watched the black screen. The cursor blinked. It felt like it was hesitating. Then the green text clattered out. Damage report. Starboard thruster. Offline. Battery bank B. Compromised. Inertial navigation system. Destroyed. James's stomach dropped. The inertial navigation system was the sub's internal gyroscope. It tracked their movement from the moment they dropped, mapping their location relative to the surface ship. Without it, he had no map. Coordinates unknown. Position unknown. No, 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 James muttered, tapping the glass of the screen. Recalibrate. SOS. Run a hard reboot on the nav system. Rebooting. Error. Gyroscope housing shattered. Coordinates unknown. James leaned back in his chair, the reality of the words sinking in. He was 30,000 feet underwater. He had no radio, and now he had absolutely no idea where he was. The ocean hadn't just silenced him. It had picked him up and dropped him in a pitch-black maze. As he sat there, staring at the glowing green letters of his own doom, a new sound cut through the quiet cabin. It wasn't a thump, or a scrape, or the thwack of frozen ice. It was a soft, steady hiss. James slowly turned his head to the right, over by the life support manifold, hidden somewhere behind the tangle of silver pipes and the CO2 scrubber. Compressed gas was leaking into the cabin. The crash hadn't just broken his map, it had broken his air. Chapter 6. The Bleed. Hiss. It was the quietest sound in the world, but in the 8-foot sphere of the manta, it was deafening. It sounded like a venomous snake, coiled somewhere in the dark, waiting to strike. James stayed frozen in the pilot's seat, his chest heaving, his eyes darting frantically around the dim, sickly yellow cabin. The main halogens were still dead from the crash. Only the emergency backup lights and the glaring green square of the SOS terminal pierced the gloom. SOS, atmospheric diagnostic, James said, his voice trembling. He unbuckled his heavy harness and slipped out of the chair. The keyboard clacked. Diagnostic initiated. Cabin pressure, stable. CO2 scrubber, online. Oxygen reserve tanks, leak detected. Pressure dropping. James felt the blood drain from his face. It wasn't just a random pipe. It was the O2 reserve. The sub carried compressed oxygen in twin exterior tanks, bleeding it slowly into the cabin to replace what he breathed. If that line fully ruptured, his 5-day supply of air would vent directly into the freezing ocean in a matter of minutes. Where? James muttered, dropping to his hands and knees on the steel floor grating. He crawled toward the life support manifold on the starboard wall, the tangle of silver pipes, carbon filters, and heavy brass valves was tucked tightly against the curved titanium hull. The frost that had started forming during the thermocline was now a thick, icy crust covering the lower half of the machinery. He pressed his ear close to the freezing metal. Hiss, it was coming from the very bottom, beneath the main deck grating, where the external O2 line penetrated the pressure hull. Damn it, James cursed. He grabbed a flathead screwdriver from the loose tools scattered across the floor and wedged it under the heavy steel floor grate. He pried it up with a loud screech of metal, tossing the heavy grate aside to expose the bilge. The bilge was a claustrophobic nightmare. It was a narrow, semicircular crawlspace beneath the floor, packed with the sub's massive lead-acid battery banks and the raw plumbing of the life support. The air down here was easily 10 degrees colder than the rest of the cabin. James grabbed a flashlight in his teeth, grabbed his heavy crescent wrench, and slithered down into the hole. The cold hit him instantly, biting through his fleece jacket and into his bones. The titanium hull was literally inches from his back, radiating the 28-degree temperature of the abyssal storm outside. His breath plumed in thick, white clouds, obscuring his vision. He army crawled forward, his shoulders scraping against the battery housings, until he found the source, the primary intake valve, a heavy brass fitting joining the exterior pipe to the interior manifold, had been jarred loose when the sub slammed against the rock spire. A hairline crack in the threading was spraying a steady, invisible jet of pure oxygen into the cabin. James took the flashlight out of his mouth. Okay. Just a loose fitting. I just have to torque it down. He adjusted the heavy crescent wrench, sliding the steel jaws over the brass hexagonal nut. He shifted his weight, trying to find leverage in the impossibly tight space. His boots slipped on the icy curvature of the hull. He pushed against the wrench. It didn't budge. The freezing temperatures had contracted the metal, locking the threads in place. "Come on," James grunted, his teeth chattering. He repositioned his hands and shoved with everything he had. His biceps screamed. His lower back cramped violently, a sharp spasm of pain shooting up his spine. But he kept pushing. Suddenly, the wrench slipped. James's knuckles slammed full force into the sharp edge of the carbon filter bracket. "Ah!" he yelled, dropping the wrench into the bilge water with a heavy splash. He pulled his hand back to his chest, curling into a tight ball. Blood instantly welled up across the back of his hand, dark and thick, dripping down his fingers. The pain was blinding, but beneath the pain was something much worse. Absolute, crushing exhaustion. The adrenaline from the crash was gone. His body was rapidly burning through its caloric reserves, just to keep him shivering. Trying to fight off the freezing temperatures of the hull, his arms felt like wet cement. His eyelids drooped. For one terrifying second, lying there in the dark bilge, James didn't want to pick the wrench back up. He just wanted to close his eyes. It would be so easy. He could just lay his head against the cold steel, let the oxygen bleed out, and simply go to sleep. Sarah would eventually get the life insurance payout. She wouldn't have to look at his face ever again. The ocean would just erase his mistake. The call of the void whispered to him, sweet and seductive in the freezing dark. Hiss! James opened his eyes. "No," he whispered. "Not yet." He forced himself to reach into the freezing bilge water and fish out the heavy wrench. His injured hand throbbed in time with his heartbeat, the blood making the steel grip slick. He wiped his hand on his pants, locked the wrench back onto the brass nut, and positioned his boots against the battery bank. He didn't use his arms this time. He used his legs. He pushed off the battery bank, driving his entire body weight into the wrench. Screech! The brass fitting groaned in protest. Turning a quarter of an inch, the hiss immediately weakened. James gasped, his breath ragged. He reset the wrench and drove his legs again. Another quarter turn. The hiss stopped entirely. Dead silence returned to the bilge. James dropped the wrench. He lay there for a long time, listening. Nothing but the steady, rhythmic thumping of his own heart. It took him 5 full minutes to drag himself backward out of the hole and pull himself up onto the main deck. He was shivering so violently. His teeth were clacking together. He slumped against the pilot's seat, clutching his bleeding hand against his chest. He looked up at the SOS terminal. Oxygen leak secured. Reserve tank capacity 78%. He had lost almost a quarter of his air in less than 20 minutes. The math of his 5-day window had just violently contracted. But air wasn't his immediate problem anymore. It was the cold. James looked at his hands. His fingernails were turning a faint shade of blue. Hypothermia was creeping in. His body was empty. He hadn't eaten anything substantial since the freighter, and the massive physical exertion of fighting the robotic arms, and then fighting the wrench, had drained his tank completely. He needed fuel now. He forced himself to stand up on trembling legs and unhooked the mesh net from the wall. He pulled out one of the thick, brown paste tubes, the high-calorie emergency survival gel he had planned to save for the final days. He tore the top off with his teeth and squeezed the thick, peanut butter-like substance into his mouth. It tasted like concentrated sugar and ash, coating the roof of his mouth like glue. He forced it down, coughing. He reached for a foil water pouch, intending to just take a sip to wash it down. But the moment the cold water hit his parched throat, his self-control snapped. He squeezed the pouch hard, draining the entire thing in 3 massive gulps. He crushed the empty foil in his hand, the sound echoing loudly in the quiet sub. He tossed the empty packet onto the floor. He had just burned a full day's ration of calories and water in 10 seconds. He was warm again, the sugar rushing through his bloodstream, but a new, sickening dread settled in his stomach. He looked at the SOS screen. SOS, James typed, his bloody hand staining the keyboard. Calculate life support based on current 78% oxygen reserves, factoring in a 15% increase in resting heart rate. Calculating. Estimated life support remaining, 82 hours, 3.5 days. James sank into the pilot's seat, staring into the pitch-black ocean outside the glass. He was blind, he was lost, and he was officially on the clock. Chapter 7. The Ghost of the Manta. The silence of the abyss is not empty. It has a weight to it. It presses against your eardrums until you start hearing the blood rushing through your own veins, turning your heartbeat into a heavy, rhythmic drum. James sat in the pilot's seat, staring blindly at the green glow of the SOS terminal. His sugar rush was fading fast, leaving behind a hollow, nauseating ache in his stomach. The adrenaline had completely evaporated. Now, there was just the cold, the dark, and the 82 hours remaining on the clock. He looked down at his right hand. The blood from his scraped knuckles had started to dry, turning into a stiff, rust-colored crust over his skin. He flexed his fingers. They were stiff and throbbed with a dull, constant pain, but the joints worked. Nothing was broken. "Need to wrap it," he muttered, his voice sounding raspy in the dry, scrubbed air of the cabin. He stood up, his boots clanking hollowly against the metal floor grate. He walked the 3 steps across the 8-foot room to the small first aid box mounted on the bulkhead next to the chemical toilet. He popped the latches. Inside were a few rolls of gauze, iodine swabs, medical tape, and a foil packet of ibuprofen. He grabbed an iodine swab and cracked the plastic tube. The sharp, chemical smell of antiseptic immediately overpowered the stale smell of sweat in the cabin. He dabbed the orange liquid onto his torn knuckles, hissing sharply through his teeth as the alcohol burned into the open cuts. He reached for a roll of white gauze, but his fingers were still numb from the freezing bilge. The roll slipped through his grasp, bounced off the metal shelf, and dropped to the floor, rolling underneath the canvas cot. "Perfect," James sighed. He dropped to his knees, pressing his cheek against the cold steel grate, and reached under the low-hanging cot. His fingers brushed against the rough canvas, then the curved titanium of the hull. He felt around in the dark, searching for the soft cylinder of gauze. Instead, his fingers brushed against something flat. It was wedged tightly into the narrow gap between a heavy bundle of electrical cables and the acoustic insulations lining the hull. James frowned. He hooked his index finger under the edge of the object and pulled. It was stuck. He pulled harder, twisting his wrist, and with a soft tearing sound, the object popped free. He pulled it out into the dim halogen light. It wasn't a tool or a ration packet or a spare part. It was a small, black, leather-bound notebook. The cover was heavily warped, the leather stiff and stained with circles of dried saltwater. James sat back on his heels, turning the book over in his hands. The company didn't issue physical logbooks anymore. Everything had been digitized on the SOS terminal 5 years ago. This was personal contraband. He cracked the cover open. The pages were yellowed, the binding cracked. Written on the inside cover, in faded, blocky blue ink, was a name. Arthur Vance, Manta Pilot, 2019. James felt a strange chill run down his spine that had nothing to do with the temperature of the cabin. He knew the name, Arthur Vance. Every benthic tech in the company knew the name. Vance was a legend. One of the original deep trench cowboys who helped map the Marianas. But Vance was also a ghost story. 3 years ago, Vance had come up from a routine solo dive completely catatonic. The official company report cited extreme nitrogen narcosis and pressure sickness. But the rumors in the mess hall said Vance had simply lost his mind in the dark, claiming he had seen things outside the glass that couldn't possibly exist. He was locked in a psychiatric ward in Seattle. James slowly stood up, carrying the little black book to the pilot's seat. He sat down, ignoring his bleeding hand, and turned to the first page. It started normal enough. Day 1. Dropped at 06 ed. Thermocline was rough. Hull is singing like a choir. Ate the beef stew ration. Tastes like old boots. James let out a small, breathless chuckle. He flipped a few pages forward. The handwriting shifted from neat, blocky letters to a more hurried, slanted scrawl. Day 3. The silence down here is thick. It feels like it's waiting for something. Lost comms for 3 hours due to a shadow. SOS terminal kept throwing phantom warnings. The sonar pinged a mass at 60 yards, but nothing came into the lights. Probably a sleeper shark. But it felt heavy. I don't like the way the water feels today. James's smile vanished. He glanced up at his own SOS terminal. Current depth, unknown, system. Stable. He looked back down at the book, flipping to a page near the end of the journal. The paper was heavily wrinkled, as if the pages had been gripped by sweaty, panicking hands. The handwriting was almost illegible, the pen pressing so hard into the paper that it had torn through in places. Day 6. It's not the pressure, it's the memory. The ocean squeezes you. It squeezes everything out of you until only the heaviest things are left. My mistakes, my lies. The water outside the glass isn't black, it's a mirror. If you stare at it long enough, it shows you exactly what you deserve. I heard the knocking again today. 3 taps on the starboard hull. I asked the computer what it was. The computer didn't know, but I know it's him, and he wants to come in. James stopped breathing, his eyes locked onto the final jagged sentence scrawled at the very bottom of the page. Don't look out the window. James swallowed hard, the dry click of his throat echoing loudly in the cabin. The hair on the back of his neck stood up, prickling against his fleece collar. He slowly, deliberately, lifted his head from the pages of the journal and looked at the thick acrylic viewport. The glass was perfectly black. It was a flawless, terrifying mirror. Reflected in the glass was his own face, pale and exhausted, illuminated by the green glow of the terminal, and behind his reflection was the dark, empty space of the cabin. He stared at the black mirror for a long time, holding his breath, waiting for something to move in the dark. Tap, tap, tap. James violently flinched, dropping the notebook to the deck, grating. The sound had come from outside. It was dull, metallic, and muffled by the thick titanium. 3 distinct taps against the starboard hull. What was that sound? Chapter 8. The starboard knock. The 3 taps hung in the freezing air of the cabin, echoing long after the physical vibration had stopped. James didn't breathe. He didn't blink. He sat paralyzed in the pilot's seat, his hand hovering inches above the discarded leather notebook on the floor grate. The only sound in the 8-foot titanium sphere was the frantic, hammering rhythm of his own pulse, thudding in his ears, and the squeak of his leather boots as he instinctively tried to press himself further back into the chair. Tap, tap, tap. His mind raced, clawing desperately for a foothold in reality. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't Arthur Vance's deep-sea monster. It was physics. It had to be physics. Thermal contraction, James whispered to the empty cabin, his voice cracking violently in the dry air. It's just thermal contraction. He forced himself to say it out loud, needing to hear a human voice. Any human voice. Break the abyssal silence. The water outside the hull was hovering at 28 degrees Fahrenheit. The titanium shell was cooling rapidly. the metal shrinking on a microscopic level under the crushing weight of 12,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. When metal shrank under that kind of stress, it popped, it groaned, it knocked. "It's just the metal," he said again, louder this time. But the rationalization felt flimsy, paper-thin against the suffocating weight of the dark outside the acrylic viewport. The black mirror of the window stared back at him, offering no answers, only his own terrified reflection, illuminated by the sickly green glow of the SOS terminal. The journal lay on the floor near his feet, its final handwritten warning screaming in his mind, "Don't look out the window." He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to obey the ghost of Arthur Vance. But human nature is a treacherous thing. The unknown is infinitely more terrifying than the seen. His paranoia was a physical itch, crawling up the back of his neck, demanding that he verify the empty ocean. If there was a monster out there, he needed to see it. James slowly unbuckled his safety harness. The metal latch clicked with the force of a gunshot. He stood up, his legs trembling from adrenaline and exhaustion, and reached his right hand up toward the overhead panel. His fingers hovered over the heavy toggle switch for the external halogens. If he flipped it, he would know. He slammed his palm against the switch. With a heavy electrical thunk, the massive external floodlights sparked to life. The blinding white beams pierced the darkness, cutting a sharp, cone-shaped swath through the black water. James lunged forward, pressing his hands against the freezing acrylic, his face inches from the glass. He braced himself for a monster. He braced himself for the gaping maw of a sleeper shark, or the impossible, maddening geometry of something Vance had gone crazy trying to describe. At first, there was nothing but the swirling blizzard of white marine snow, kicking up from the mud where they had scraped the bottom during the storm. Then, something swung into the light. It was thick, black, and completely limp. It drifted lazily on the current, arcing gracefully through the water before it slammed dully against the starboard side of the titanium sphere. Thwack! James exhaled a breath so massive his knees nearly buckled. He let out a ragged, hysterical laugh, his forehead resting against the icy glass. It wasn't a monster. It was a cable. When the manta had been caught in the abyssal storm and dragged backward across the trench floor, the sub's heavy steel sled must have snagged one of the thick, rubber-coated data lines connecting the sensor array. The line had snapped, and a 10-foot section of the heavy black cord was now tangled in the sub's exterior framework. The deep-sea current was gently swaying it back and forth, slapping the severed rubber tip against the metal hull. "Just a cable," James gasped, a single tear of pure relief slipping down his cheek. "You stupid, paranoid idiot. It's just a broken cable." He backed away from the window, wiping his face with the back of his uninjured hand. The wave of relief was intoxicating. He wasn't haunted. He was just a mechanic inside a broken machine, and mechanics could be fixed. He dropped back into the pilot's seat, feeling the tension drain out of his neck and shoulders. He looked down at the SOS terminal, expecting to see the standard diagnostic logs registering the impact of the rubber cord. The bright green typewriter text clattered across the black screen. "External impact detected. Starboard hull sensor 4. James nodded. The computer was tracking the cable. Everything was functioning correctly. But then, the cursor blinked twice, and a new line of text bled onto the screen. "Do you want to let them in?" James froze. The breath caught in his throat. He leaned forward, his nose almost touching the monitor, convinced he had misread the glowing letters. "What?" he whispered. He blinked hard, violently rubbing his knuckles against his eyes to clear the oxygen-deprived blurriness. His heart kick-started again, hammering against his ribs in an agonizing rhythm. He looked back at the screen. The text had vanished. The terminal now read, External impact detected. Hull integrity 100%. There was no question, no mention of letting anyone in. Just the cold, clinical data of the submersible operations system. A sickening drop plunged in James's stomach. The relief from the cable evaporated instantly, replaced by a much deeper, more insidious terror. The machine wasn't broken, his brain was. The hypoxia from the earlier oxygen leak, combined with his crushing physical exhaustion and the heavy guilt of his destroyed marriage, was beginning to fray the edges of his sanity. He was projecting his own subconscious desire for punishment onto the glowing green letters of the computer. He was fighting a war on two fronts, the ocean outside and his own failing mind inside. He had to sleep. If he didn't sleep, the hallucinations would only get worse, and a hallucinating man could not bypass a frozen CO2 scrubber or rewire a busted battery bank. James turned his attention back to his right hand. The deep cuts across his knuckles from slipping in the bilge had started to ooze again, the crust of dried blood cracking. When he gripped the arms of his chair, he picked up the roll of white gauze from the floor, methodically wrapping it around his hand and pulling it tight with his teeth. As he tied off the bandage, his stomach violently contracted. The cramp was so sharp it doubled him over in the seat. His body was screaming for fuel. The pure sugar paste he had eaten earlier was gone. Leaving behind a hollow, agonizing void, he looked up at the mesh net. The foil pouches of water and the freeze-dried meals taunted him. His throat felt like it was lined with dry sandpaper. 80 hours of air left, his rational mind reminded him. If you eat now, you starve later. If you drink now, you die thirsty. He grabbed the foil packet of ibuprofen from the first aid kit instead. He popped 2 of the small white pills into his palm. Without reaching for the water, he tossed them to the back of his throat and swallowed hard. The dry pills scraped painfully all the way down his esophagus, settling heavily like stones in his empty stomach. He didn't bother moving to the canvas cot. It was too cold near the hull anyway. He simply slumped forward, resting his forehead against the cold metal edge of the SOS terminal console. He closed his eyes, listening to the rhythmic, hollow thwack of the rubber cable outside, and prayed that when he woke up, the green text would just be text. Slowly, the exhausted blackness pulled him under. Chapter 9. Dead Air. Sleep in the abyss is never really sleep. It is just a temporary blackout, a thin membrane of unconsciousness stretched tight over a pit of absolute exhaustion. When James woke up, he didn't open his eyes right away. He couldn't. His eyelids felt like they were glued shut with grit and dried sweat. His neck was locked in a brutal, agonizing spasm from being slumped against the sharp metal edge of the SOS terminal console. He groaned, a dry, croaking sound that scraped painfully against the walls of his parched throat. He tried to lift his head, but his muscles violently refused. The cold had seeped past his fleece jacket, past his skin, and settled deep into the marrow of his bones. The cabin was freezing. It wasn't just the ambient 28 degrees of the ocean outside anymore. The chill had taken on a heavy, stagnant quality. The air itself felt thick. James forced his eyes open, blinking against the stinging dryness. The first thing he noticed was the silence. The rubber cable that had been tapping against the starboard hull was gone. The abyssal current must have shifted while he was passed out, carrying the debris away into the trench. But it wasn't just the cable that was quiet. The rhythmic, comforting hum-hiss of the primary CO2 scrubber, the heavy fan that pulled the toxic carbon dioxide out of the cabin and pushed breathable air back in, had completely stopped. James's heart executed a painful, stuttering skip in his chest. He pushed himself back from the terminal console, his stiff spine popping loudly in the quiet space. The air he inhaled tasted stale and metallic, leaving a sickeningly sweet residue on the back of his tongue. "SOS," he croaked, dragging his heavy, trembling fingers across the keyboard. "Status. Scrubber status." The green cursor blinked in the dark. It didn't output a diagnostic line. It didn't type out a system warning. Instead, the keys clacked out a familiar, mundane sentence. "You left your jacket on the chair again." James stared at the glowing green letters. He stopped breathing. That was a text message. It was a text message Sarah had sent him 3 years ago, when they lived in their first apartment in Belltown. He remembered it perfectly, down to the annoyance in her tone, when he had walked back through the front door to retrieve it. He shook his head, violently pressing the heels of his hands against his eyes. The hypoxia was playing games with him again. The carbon dioxide in the cabin was building up, poisoning his bloodstream, making his synapses misfire. He was projecting his worst memories onto the screen. He looked back at the terminal. "I can't keep cleaning up after you, James. Are you even listening to me? You always do this. You always just walk away." "Stop," James whispered. He reached out and mashed the clear key on the terminal board. The text didn't vanish. The keyboard was totally unresponsive. The SOS system was bypassing his inputs, scrolling the green text upward as new lines clattered onto the display with rapid, aggressive speed. The hotel in Portland, James, was she worth it? Was it worth everything? "Shut up!" James yelled, slamming his bandaged fist onto the metal console. The impact sent a shockwave of pain up his forearm, but he didn't care. "You're a machine. You're a goddamn machine. Show me the atmospheric telemetry." "I am showing you the atmosphere, James. It's toxic, just like you." Suddenly, the green text vanished. The entire screen flashed a violent, blinding red. The master atmospheric alarm finally triggered. It wasn't a digital beep. It was a physical, mechanical siren bolted to the bulkhead that screamed with the deafening, oscillating wail of an air raid siren. "Critical warning. CO2 levels fatal in 4 minutes. Scrubber malfunction." The hallucination shattered. The ghost of his wife was gone, replaced by the immediate, brutal reality of mechanical failure. James ripped his safety harness off and launched himself out of the pilot's seat. His frozen legs buckled. The moment his boots hit the steel grate, he slammed his knees into the deck, crying out as the hard metal bit into his skin, but he didn't stop moving. He scrambled across the tight 8-foot floor on all fours, throwing himself toward the life support manifold on the starboard wall. The emergency backup lights cast long, sickly shadows across the tangle of pipes. James grabbed the heavy metal grating covering the CO2 scrubber and yanked. It didn't budge. The condensation from his own breath had dripped down from the ceiling while he slept and settled into the housing. Without the main heater running, the moisture had frozen solid, creating a 3-inch thick block of solid, milky white ice that had completely encased the intake fan. The plastic blades were locked dead in the ice. The alarm screamed behind him, vibrating through the deck grating and into his bones. James's lungs were burning. The carbon dioxide was pooling in the bottom of the spherical cabin, heavy and invisible. Every breath he took provided absolutely no oxygen to his starving brain. Black spots began to dance furiously at the edges of his vision. Come on," he gasped, his fingers scrabbling uselessly against the smooth block of ice. He needed a tool. He spun around, frantically searching the floor for the heavy crescent wrench he had used to fix the oxygen leak. It wasn't there. He had left it down in the freezing bilge water under the deck grate. He didn't have time to pry the floor up. He had less than 2 minutes before the CO2 levels paralyzed his respiratory system entirely. James looked at his right hand. The white gauze was already stained a dirty brown from the dried blood of his previous injury. He didn't think about the pain. He didn't think about the broken skin. He just pulled his arm back, braced his boots against the deck grate, and drove his fist directly into the block of ice as hard as he could. Crack! The ice splintered, but it didn't break. Pain exploded through his knuckles, a white-hot flare that made his vision briefly gray out. He pulled his arm back, gritted his teeth, and punched it again. Crunch! A jagged fault line ran down the center of the frozen block. Blood began to seep through the gauze, warm and wet, smearing brightly against the white ice. His lungs were screaming, his diaphragm spasmed, desperately trying to pull oxygen from air that had none left to give. He was suffocating in a box, with a guttural, primal roar. James threw his entire body weight behind his right shoulder and drove his fist into the ice, a third time. The block shattered. Shards of ice exploded across the cabin, raining down on the metal deck like broken glass. The intake housing broke wide open. Instantly, the heavy-duty industrial fan shrieked as the physical resistance was removed. The motor whined, catching on its axis, and then roared to life. Whoosh! The fan sucked the heavy, toxic air directly into the chemical filters. Seconds later, a blast of fresh, scrubbed, oxygen-rich air hit James directly in the face. He collapsed backward onto the deck, grating, staring up at the curved titanium ceiling. He gasped violently, his chest heaving as he dragged the clean air deep into his lungs. The black spots at the edge of his vision slowly dissolved. The deafening siren of the master alarm abruptly cut off, plunging the cabin back into a ringing, heavy silence. James lay there for a long time, clutching his bleeding, throbbing hand against his chest. He was shaking uncontrollably. Entirely spent, he had survived. He had bought himself a few more hours. Slowly, he rolled over onto his side and pushed himself up into a sitting position against the canvas cot. He looked over at the SOS terminal. The screen was back to its standard green text. CO2 levels normalizing, system stable. James let his head fall back against the cold wall. He closed his eyes, welcoming the clean air. Then, the radio crackled. It wasn't the typewriter clatter of the terminal screen. It was the physical acoustic speaker mounted above the pilot's seat. Static hissed, thick and heavy, followed by a sharp burst of audio feedback. James snapped his eyes open. He froze. The comms were severed. The external transducer was broken. It was physically impossible for a signal to come through that speaker from the surface. The static hissed again, swirling like wind, before a voice cut clearly through the noise. "Jimmy?" James's blood turned to ice water. His breath hitched in his throat. It wasn't Miller. It wasn't the deck boss on the freighter. It was Sarah. Chapter 10, The Dead Channel. "Jimmy?" The name hung in the freezing, scrubbed air of the cabin. It didn't sound like a hallucination. It didn't have the fuzzy, echoing quality of a dream. It was sharp. It was broadcast through the cheap, vibrating plastic of the acoustic radio speaker, mounted directly above the pilot's seat. James remained frozen on the steel floor grate, his back pressed against the canvas cot. His lungs were still expanding and contracting greedily, pulling in the fresh oxygen from the newly cleared scrubber, but his heart felt like it had entirely stopped beating. He stared at the black mesh of the speaker. "It's impossible," his rational mind screamed. The external transducer was sheared off on the rock. The acoustic uplink is dead. Radio waves do not travel through 30,000 feet of salt water. Static hissed again, a heavy, rolling wave of white noise that sounded like gravel being poured onto a tin roof. "Jimmy, are you there? Please, pick up." James scrambled to his feet, his numb legs buckled, his leather boots slipping against the slick, icy floor grating. But he threw his body weight forward. He crashed into the pilot's seat, his bleeding right hand smearing a bright red streak across the gray upholstery. He grabbed the heavy, coiled microphone from its hook on the dashboard. His thumb pressed down on the transmit button so hard, the plastic creaked. "Sarah?" he gasped, his voice a raw, ragged whisper. He cleared his dry throat and tried again, shouting this time. "Sarah, I'm here! I'm here, I raid you!" He released the button and waited. He squeezed his eyes shut, his entire body trembling violently. How was she on the channel? Had she gone to the company headquarters in Seattle? Was she standing on the bridge of the freighter 6 miles above him? Looking down into the black water, he didn't care about the physics of the broken radio anymore. If the ocean wanted to grant him a miracle, he was going to take it. The speaker popped. "I don't understand why you packed your bags, Jimmy. I didn't ask you to leave. I just wanted to talk." The sound of her voice broke him. It was the exact cadence of her speech, the slight breathy rasp she always got when she had been crying, the way she clipped her T's when she was trying to hold back her temper. The sound of it hit James with the physical force of a sledgehammer. All the adrenaline, all the mechanical stoicism he had relied on to survive the last few hours, instantly dissolved. He pressed his forehead against the cold metal edge of the SOS console, gripping the microphone with both hands. Tears spilled over his eyelashes, hot and fast, cutting clean tracks through the grime and sweat on his face. I know. I'm so sorry." James sobbed into the microphone. The dam had broken. Everything he had been holding back since he left Seattle came pouring out into the freezing air. "I was a coward, Sarah. I didn't know how to look at you after what I did. I was so ashamed. I destroyed us, and I didn't know how to fix it, so I ran away. I ran down here. Static washed over the channel, ebbing and flowing like the tide. But I want to fix it," he pleaded, his knuckles turning white around the black plastic of the mic. "I swear to God, Sarah, if I get out of this box, if I make it back up to the surface, I will do whatever it takes. I'll spend the rest of my life making it right. Just tell Miller to bring the winch down. Tell them my thruster is dead. Tell them. I'm lost." He released the transmit button. He held his breath, listening to the white noise, waiting for her forgiveness, waiting for her to tell him that they were sending a rescue team. The static hissed. "I don't understand why you packed your bags, Jimmy." James frowned. He leaned closer to the speaker. "Sarah, you're breaking up. Did you copy? I didn't ask you to leave. I just wanted to talk." A cold, sickening dread began to uncoil in the pit of James's stomach. It was the exact same inflection, the exact same pause between the sentences, the exact same breathy rasp. "Sarah? I just wanted to. I just want to." The audio clipped. It stuttered, snapping violently back and forth like a scratched compact disc trapped in a loop. The voice lost all of its human warmth, degrading into a harsh, digital stutter. Jimmy. James slowly lowered the microphone. He looked down at the SOS terminal. The screen wasn't showing the atmospheric telemetry anymore. The bright green text was rapidly typing out a new diagnostic log. Accessing local storage, directory, pilot personal debutch.debespel, audio playback initiated file, voicemail 04.wev. James stared at the screen, the breath completely knocked out of his lungs. It wasn't a radio transmission. It was his own phone. When he had boarded the Manta, he had plugged his personal phone into the console's USB port to charge it, allowing the sub's internal computer to index his files for music playback during the long wait. The SOS system hadn't pulled a radio signal out of the abyss, the computer, either glitching from the power surge during the crash or manipulated by James's own hypoxia-addled inputs while he was passed out, had simply accessed his saved voicemails and piped them through the cabin's internal speaker. The voice on the radio was 3 weeks old. "I just wanted to talk." The speaker finished, the audio finally resolving before ending with a sharp, digital beep. The channel went dead. The silence that rushed back into the 8-foot sphere was absolute, crushing, and final. James let the microphone slip from his bloody fingers. It dropped. Bouncing off the console and dangling by its coiled black cord, he slumped back into the pilot's seat, his arms hanging uselessly at his sides. He wasn't talking to his wife. He was sitting in a dark, freezing metal coffin at the bottom of the world, confessing his sins to a machine. And the machine didn't care. He looked at the digital clock in the top right corner of the SOS screen. Day 3 had just begun. He looked at the mesh cargo net. He had roughly 75 hours of oxygen left, a handful of bitter water pouches, and a broken, bleeding right hand. There was no map. There was no radio. There was no one coming to save him. The ocean hadn't just taken his comms. It had stripped away his final delusion. He was entirely, truly alone. James closed his eyes, tilted his head back against the headrest, and let the heavy, suffocating silence of the abyss swallow him whole. Chapter 11. The power bleed. The cold wasn't just a temperature anymore. It was a physical presence in the cabin. It sat heavy on James's chest, curling around his neck and sinking its teeth into his joints. He didn't know how long he had been sitting in the pilot's seat, since the voicemail ended. Time had lost its shape. There was no sun to mark the days, no shift in the ambient light. There was only the steady, merciless ticking of the digital clock in the corner of the SOS terminal. Counting down his 80 hours of air, he shivered violently, a full-body tremor that rattled his teeth together. His right hand, wrapped in the dirty, blood-soaked gauze, throbbed with a dull, rhythmic ache. James hugged his arms across his chest and looked up at the overhead vents. The air blowing out of the newly cleared CO2 scrubber was fresh, but it was freezing. "SOS," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "Cabin temperature." The typewriter keys clacked in the gloom. Cabin temp, 41 degrees Fahrenheit. External temp, 28 degrees Fahrenheit, 41 degrees. When he had first dropped, the cabin had been a comfortable 61. James frowned, forcing his sluggish, hypoxic brain to process the numbers. The sub's environmental controls were designed to maintain a baseline of 55 degrees. Even in the deepest trenches, the internal heaters were failing. Diagnostic. "Power grid," he commanded. The screen flickered. Battery bank A 88% nominal. Battery bank B 12% critical leak. Heating elements rerouting to compensate. "Damn it," James hissed, rubbing his eyes. The crash against the rock spire hadn't just broken the external thruster and the navigation gyroscope. It had cracked the housing of Battery Bank B, down in the bilge. The heavy lead-acid cells were bleeding their charge into the freezing ocean water. The sub's automated systems were desperately trying to pull power from Bank A to keep the heaters running, which meant the life support was burning through electricity twice as fast as it should. He had 80 hours of oxygen left, but if he lost Battery Bank A, the CO2 scrubber would die long before he suffocated. He would be poisoned in his sleep within a day. "I have to shut it down," James said out loud. The sound of his own voice was pathetic, but he needed to hear it to make the choice real. "SOS. Kill internal environmental heating. Kill all non-essential telemetry. Drop the SOS. Backlight to 10%. Kill the main cabin halogens." The terminal paused, as if the machine itself was hesitating. "Warning. Without internal heating, cabin temperature will equalize with external ocean temperature. Hypothermia risk extreme." "Do it!" James barked, slamming his good hand against the console. "Or we don't have enough juice to run the scrubber." "Override and execute." Override accepted. Powering down, the dull yellow emergency lights on the ceiling abruptly snapped off. The bright, glaring green of the SO's monitor instantly dimmed to a faint, sickly glow. The darkness rushed in, absolute and suffocating. The Manta was no longer a high-tech vessel. It was a sensory deprivation tank. The only illumination left in the 8-foot sphere was the tiny, pinpoint LEDs on the life support manifold, and the dim green square of the terminal in front of him. Almost immediately, James felt the temperature begin to plummet. He pulled the collar of his fleece jacket up over his nose and zipped it as high as it would go. He tucked his hands into his armpits. He needed calories. If his body was going to act as its own furnace to fight off the 28-degree ocean, it needed fuel to burn. He stood up, his joints popping loudly in the silent cabin, and felt his way through the pitch, black toward the mesh cargo net on the starboard wall. His fingers brushed against the foil pouches. He grabbed a water bladder and a heavy, rectangular brick of emergency rations. He moved back to the pale green light of the terminal and sat down. He unscrewed the cap of the water pouch. He squeezed it, but the water didn't flow. He squeezed harder, frowning. He brought the pouch to his ear and shook it. It didn't slosh. It crunched. The water was freezing. The ambient cold of the cabin was turning his liquid supply into slush. James bit down on the plastic nozzle and squeezed with both hands, forcing a thick slurry of ice and bitter iodine water into his mouth. The cold hit his teeth like an electric shock, sending a sharp, agonizing spike of pain directly into his temples. He swallowed it down, shivering violently as the ice hit his empty stomach. He tossed the half-frozen pouch onto the console and tore open the heavy foil wrapper of the food ration. It was a block of freeze-dried beef and starch, designed to be rehydrated with hot water on the heating coil. But the heating coil was wired to the non-essential power grid. It was dead. James stared at the hard, gray brick in his trembling hand. It looked like a piece of pumice stone. He had no choice. He brought the brick to his mouth and took a bite. It was like trying to chew on chalk. The freeze-dried block instantly absorbed every drop of moisture in his mouth. He chewed frantically, his jaw muscles aching as the rough, jagged edges of the dehydrated food scraped against his gums. It tasted vaguely of salt and artificial smoke, but mostly it just tasted like dust. He forced himself to swallow. The dry mass caught in his throat, scraping painfully all the way down his esophagus. He coughed, a dry, hacking sound that echoed in the dark, and quickly chased it with another agonizing mouthful of ice slush from the water pouch. "Just eat," he muttered to himself, tears of pure physical discomfort prickling in his eyes. Just get it down. It took him 20 minutes to finish the brick. By the time he was done, his jaw was exhausted, his gums were bleeding slightly, and he was shivering so hard he could barely hold his hands steady. But a slow, dense warmth finally began to radiate from his core as his digestive system kicked in. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the console, staring blankly at the dimmed SOS screen. The battery triage had worked. Bank A was stable. The life support was humming steadily, but he was completely blind. He couldn't leave the external halogens on, and the active sonar ping required a massive amount of acoustic energy. SS, James typed slowly. Switch sonar to passive sweep, audio only. Don't ping, just listen. Passive sonar engaged. The green circular sweep on the monitor vanished, replaced by a flat, scrolling waveform that registered ambient noise in the water outside the hull. It was mostly a flat line, save for the occasional tiny spike of a deep-sea current washing over the titanium shell. James watched the line scroll. It was mesmerizing in the dark. He was just about to close his eyes and try to sleep through the cold when the waveform on the screen suddenly spiked. It wasn't a random, jagged line like a current. It was a perfectly sharp, vertical spike. A second later, the cabin's internal speaker let out a faint, hollow sound. Clang! James froze, his eyes locked onto the screen. 10 seconds passed. The waveform scrolled flat. Then another sharp, vertical spike. Clang! It was distant, muffled by thousands of yards of water, but it was unmistakably metallic. It didn't sound like a rock. It didn't sound like a biological mass. It sounded exactly like heavy steel striking heavy steel. Clang. James leaned closer to the monitor, his heart hammering against his ribs. He wasn't hallucinating text. He wasn't hearing old voicemails. This was raw, unfiltered acoustic data coming from the dark water outside. Something else was down here with him. Chapter 12. The Iron Graveyard. Clang. James stared at the dimmed green waveform on the SOS terminal. The spike on the screen perfectly matched the hollow, metallic sound echoing from the cabin's internal speaker. He started counting in his head. 1, 2, 3, 4. At exactly 12 seconds, the waveform spiked again. Clang, it was perfectly rhythmic. It wasn't a rock tumbling down a trench wall. It wasn't the chaotic, organic bumping of a deep-sea predator. It was mechanical. James pushed himself up in the pilot's seat, his breath pluming in thick, white clouds in the freezing air. His heart, which had been sluggish and slow from the biting cold, began to hammer a frantic, desperate rhythm against his ribs. Could it be a rescue drone? His mind whispered, latching onto a fragile, desperate thread of hope. The support freighter carried small, unmanned ROVs, remotely operated vehicles. If Miller realized the Manta had been swept away by the storm, he might have dropped a drone to ping the trench floor. SOS, James typed, his stiff, numb fingers fumbling over the keys. Triangulate passive acoustics source. Give me a heading. The cursor blinked sluggishly. The sub's processors were running on low power mode, taking twice as long to chew through the data. Calculating. Source detected. 150 yards. Heading. 280. 150 yards. In a surface boat, that was nothing. Down here, in the pitch black, with a broken starboard thruster and 12% battery on his backup bank, it might as well have been a mile. James grabbed the twin flight sticks. The molded plastic grips felt like blocks of solid ice. Engaging port thruster only. Low PM, he pushed the left stick forward. The Manta shuddered, a deep, protesting groan echoing through the titanium hull. Because the right thruster was dead, pushing only the left caused the sub to move in a slow, awkward arc, like a shopping cart with a locked wheel. James had to constantly pull back and correct, fighting the momentum to keep the nose pointed toward the acoustic heading. He was flying completely blind. The external halogens were still powered down to conserve the battery. Outside the thick acrylic viewport was nothing but an impenetrable wall of pure, suffocating black. He was navigating by sound alone, trusting the SOS to warn him if he was about to smash into another rock spire. Clang. The sound from the speaker was getting louder. It was no longer a distant echo. It was taking on a heavy, physical weight. Clang. James checked the terminal. Distance to source, 80 yards. Distance to source, 40 yards. He pulled back on the left flight stick, bringing the limping sub to a slow, drifting halt. The water outside the glass was completely still, but the cold radiating from the titanium walls felt sharper, as if the abyss itself was holding its breath. SOS. Route auxiliary power to the external halogens. James whispered, his throat tight. 5 seconds only. Give me a flash. Power rerouted. James reached up to the overhead panel with his bandaged, throbbing hand. He took a deep breath, braced himself, and flicked the toggle switch. The massive white floodlights snapped on, tearing a hole through the darkness. James physically recoiled in his seat, throwing a hand up to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. But as his pupils rapidly adjusted, the white light washed over the massive object resting in the mud directly in front of the Manta. It wasn't a rescue drone, it was a graveyard. Looming out of the gray marine snow was the wreckage of a massive, industrial deep-sea structure. It was at least 3 times the size of the Manta, painted in a high-visibility yellow that had been eaten away by years of saltwater corrosion and rust. Heavy steel girders were twisted and sheared, Leaning at drunken, impossible angles, James recognized the silhouette immediately. It was a Leviathan-class benthic habitat, a deep-water drilling and support rig used by the company back in the late 90s, long before the sleek, automated drones took over. But it wasn't just abandoned. It was destroyed. The main pressure sphere, the compartment where the human crew would have lived and worked, had suffered a catastrophic structural failure. It had imploded. The thick steel walls weren't blown outward. They were violently crushed inward, crumpled like a cheap aluminum soda can stepped on by a heavy boot. Clang! James saw the source of the noise. A massive, broken mooring chain, easily links the size of his head, was dangling from one of the habitat's ruined derricks. A slow, deep-sea current was pushing it, swinging the heavy iron chain like a pendulum. Every 12 seconds it struck the crushed hull of the habitat's pressure sphere. Clang. God. James breathed, staring at the mangled steel. The SOS terminal clattered. Acoustic match confirmed. Vessel, Leviathan-class habitat, Tartarus. Status, decommission 1998. Cause, instantaneous hydrostatic implosion. James couldn't tear his eyes away from the crushed sphere. His mind betrayed him, forcing him to do the awful, terrifying math. When a pressure vessel fails at 30,000 feet, it doesn't leak. It doesn't slowly fill with water like a sinking ship on the surface. The 12,000 pounds of pressure per square inch collapses the hull at roughly 1,500 miles per hour. The air inside the cabin is violently compressed, so fast that it auto-ignites, incinerating the crew in a flash of pure plasma before the water even touches them. It happens in less than 20 milliseconds. It is faster than the human brain can process pain. They were just sitting there, monitoring their dials, and then they ceased to exist. A dark, intrusive thought slipped into James's hypoxic mind. The call of the void. He looked up at the heavy steel hatch directly above his head. The lock wheel was a massive, rusted circle of iron. If he just stood up and turned that wheel, releasing the seal, the Manta would look exactly like the Tartarus. It wouldn't hurt. He wouldn't have to freeze to death over the next 70 hours. He wouldn't have to drink ice slush. He wouldn't have to hear Sarah's voice in his head anymore. It would just be a bright flash, and then nothing. Peace. James's hand drifted toward his seatbelt latch. His fingers brushed the cold metal release. Clang. The heavy iron chain struck the dead sub again, the sound vibrating through the water and violently shaking the Manta's acrylic viewport. The noise snapped James out of the trance. He jerked his hand away from his seatbelt as if the metal had burned him. "No," he hissed, his breathing fast and shallow. "No, I'm not doing that. I'm not a coward. Not this time." He reached up and slammed the toggle switch, killing the external halogens. The blinding white light vanished, plunging the cabin back into the freezing, absolute black. He didn't want to look at the crushed metal anymore. He didn't want to look at his own potential grave, but as the darkness settled back into the cabin, illuminated only by the faint, sickly green glow of the SOS terminal, a new realization hit him, a realization that turned his blood to absolute ice. He looked at the terminal screen. Passive sonar engaged. Waveform analysis nominal. The Tartarus had been down here since 1998. It was a dead piece of iron. It had no power. It had no internal systems. So why was the water around the wreckage slightly warmer than the rest of the trench? James stared at the SOS. Temperature readout, his bad hand trembling against his chest. External temp, localized. 38 degrees Fahrenheit. The ocean was 28 degrees. But in the water directly surrounding the dead habitat, the temperature was a full 10 degrees higher. Something was generating a massive amount of heat in the wreckage, and then, through the pitch-black water outside the window, James saw a faint, pale blue light slowly flicker on deep inside the crushed hull of the Tartarus. Chapter 13. The Black Smoker. The pale blue light did not belong in the abyss. Down here, in the crushing, lightless depths of the trench, there were only two colors: the pitch black of the water and the stark, artificial white of human intrusion. Blue meant the sky. Blue meant the shallows. Yet, deep inside the mangled, crushed steel of the Tartarus habitat, something was glowing with a faint, steady, cerulean luminescence. James pressed his face against the freezing acrylic of the viewport, his breath fogging the glass. He quickly wiped the condensation away with the sleeve of his fleece jacket. He wasn't hallucinating this. The SOS terminal wasn't throwing up phantom text. The light was physical, casting long, warped shadows across the rusted iron girders. "Sos," James whispered, his voice trembling as the relentless cold rattled his jaw. "Identify light source. Is there an active power cell in the wreckage?" The green typewriter keys clacked in the dark. "Negative. Habitat power grid destroyed. No electrical signature detected." "Then what is it?" he muttered, staring at the glow. He glanced down at the temperature readout on the terminal. The numbers were slowly, steadily climbing. External temp, localized 3841. 45 degrees Fahrenheit. Suddenly, James's hypoxic, exhausted brain connected the dots. The heat wasn't coming from the ruined habitat. The habitat had just been unfortunate enough to sink directly on top of it. It was a hydrothermal vent, a black smoker. Fissures in the Earth's crust down in the trenches sometimes spewed superheated, mineral-rich water from the mantle directly into the freezing ocean. They created localized pockets of extreme heat. The Tartarus was sitting right on the edge of a geothermal chimney. James looked at his right hand, wrapped in bloody gauze, and then at the digital clock counting down his oxygen. He was freezing to death. His body was burning through its final caloric reserves just to keep his heart beating. If he stayed parked out here, in the 28-degree water, hypothermia would kill him long before the CO2 scrubber ran out of battery. But if he could get the Manta over that vent, if he could park his titanium sphere in the plume of that superheated water, the ambient temperature would transfer through the hull. The ocean itself would act as his heater. He wouldn't have to drain his precious backup battery to stay alive. "I have to go in there," James said, the realization settling heavily in his chest. He looked back out the viewport. To get to the heat, he had to pilot the Manta into the heart of the wreckage. He had to navigate a blind, crippled submarine through a jagged maze of sheared steel, broken derricks, and the crushed pressure sphere of the dead crew. If he misjudged the distance by even an inch, a piece of rusted iron would slice right through his exposed oxygen lines, or worse, shatter the acrylic viewport. It was suicide, but staying put was a slower, colder suicide. James grabbed the twin flight sticks. The molded plastic was freezing, but his palms were suddenly slick with sweat. "Os. Keep the active sonar off. I need all available power to the port thruster," James commanded. "I'm flying manual. Power routed. Port thruster at 100%. He gently nudged the left stick forward. The Manta groaned, lurching awkwardly through the water. Without the starboard thruster to balance the thrust, the sub wanted to spin in circles. James had to constantly feather the controls, fighting the momentum, crab-walking the heavy sphere toward the towering silhouette of the dead habitat. As he drifted closer, the pale blue light filtering through the wreckage grew brighter. It illuminated the terrifying geometry of the destruction. Massive steel I-beams were twisted like wet noodles. Thick rubber hoses drifted in the current like dead seaweed. "Easy," James whispered, grinding his teeth together. "Easy." He aimed for a wide gap between two collapsed scaffolding towers. The Manta slipped into the perimeter of the graveyard. Instantly, the water dynamics changed. The slow, steady current of the trench was disrupted by the jagged metal, creating tiny, unpredictable eddies. The sub shuddered, drifting dangerously to the left, a rusted steel girder, ending in a jagged, sheared edge, loomed out of the dark, heading straight for the viewport. James yanked the left stick back, firing the reverse thruster. The manta fought the water, slowing down, but momentum carried it forward. Screech, the sound of metal violently scraping against metal, tore through the cabin. The hair on James's arms stood up. The entire sphere vibrated as the jagged girder scraped along the outer titanium hull, missing the glass by less than 3 inches. James held his breath, waiting for the hiss of escaping air, waiting for the master alarm. The SO screen remained green, hull integrity 98%, minor abrasion detected. Too close, James gasped, his chest heaving. Way too close. He pushed forward again, navigating deeper into the iron maze. The blue light was directly ahead now, glowing from beneath the crushed underbelly of the Tartarus's main pressure sphere. As he crossed the threshold into the center of the wreckage, the ambient temperature inside the manta shifted. It wasn't a sudden blast of heat, but the sharp, biting edge of the cold instantly vanished. The air drawn through the scrubber felt thick and humid. James checked the terminal. External temp, localides, 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Cabin temp rising, 52, 56, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. He had done it. He had found the thermal plume. James cut the thrusters entirely. The manta settled gently into the muddy floor, completely surrounded by the protective, towering walls of the dead habitat. Almost immediately, the unbearable tension in James's muscles began to melt. The shivering stopped. He unzipped his heavy fleece jacket, letting the warm air wash over his chest. For the first time in 3 days, he wasn't fighting the environment. The deep, aching pain in his joints subsided into a dull throb. He slumped back into the pilot's seat, letting out a long, ragged exhale. A strange, euphoric wave of relief washed over him. He had 68 hours of oxygen left, but he wasn't going to freeze. He could actually close his eyes and sleep, without the fear of his heart stopping from hypothermia. He unbuckled his harness and stretched his legs. The cabin felt like a sanctuary. "Thank you," James whispered to the dark, not knowing if he was talking to the machine, the ocean, or the dead crew of the Tartarus. He sat back up and looked out the viewport to investigate his salvation. The thermal vent was located just beneath a massive pile of crushed steel grating. The water there was shimmering, distorted by the extreme heat bleeding into the cold ocean, and right next to the shimmering water was the source of the pale blue light. It wasn't an emergency flare. It wasn't a chemical glow stick left behind by a rescue team. It was a massive, translucent sack clinging to the rusted steel. James frowned, leaning closer to the glass. The sack was roughly the size of a standard car tire, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic internal glow. It looked gelatinous, covered in thick, vein-like tendrils that anchored it to the metal. As James watched, the SOS terminal clattered softly behind him. He glanced at the screen. Biological mass identified. Unknown classification. Luminescence. Organic. It was an egg sac. James felt the warmth of the cabin suddenly turn suffocating. The relief evaporated, replaced by a cold, primal dread that settled deep in his stomach. Deep-sea gigantism was a documented phenomenon. In the extreme pressure and near-freezing temperatures of the abyss, certain species grew to massive proportions, living in slow motion for centuries. They sought out thermal vents to incubate their young, using the geothermal heat to accelerate the gestation process. The pale blue light wasn't a beacon of salvation. It was a nursery. James stared at the glowing sack. Then he noticed the steel grating surrounding it. It wasn't just one sack. As his eyes adjusted to the dim blue light, he saw another one tucked into the shadows. and another. There were dozens of them, clustered tightly together around the black smoker, all pulsing with that same faint, rhythmic glow. He had just parked his crippled, defenseless submarine directly inside a nest. The SOS screen flickered, dropping the diagnostic data. A new line of text bled onto the monitor. Passive sonar. Large displacement detected. James whipped his head back to the terminal. The waveform on the screen wasn't showing the rhythmic clang of the heavy chain anymore. It was showing a massive, continuous wave of displaced water. Something incredibly large was moving through the trench, displacing tons of water with a slow, powerful, undulating rhythm. And it was heading straight for the Tartarus. James remembered the faint green smudge on his sonar screen from day 2, the 40-foot biological mass that had lingered at the edge of his senses before slipping away into the dark. It hadn't left. It had just been waiting to come home. Chapter 14. The crushing weight. Passive sonar. Massive displacement. Proximity alert. The green text on the SOS screen didn't just type out. It flashed violently. A digital scream in the dark cabin. James didn't hesitate. He didn't ask the computer for a visual, and he didn't reach for the flight sticks. You couldn't outrun a 40-foot apex predator in a crippled, one-engine sphere. There was only one way to survive a nest. SOS, total system blackout. James hissed, his fingers flying across the terminal. Kill life support. Kill the terminal screen. Cut the battery bank. Everything goes dark right now. Warning, disabling life support will. Execute, James roared, slamming the manual override button. The SOS monitor instantly died. The faint hum of the CO2 scrubber spun down into silence. The Manta became a dead rock of titanium resting in the mud. The absolute darkness rushed back in, but it wasn't complete. Through the thick acrylic viewport, the pale cerulean glow of the dozens of egg sacs cast long, ghostly shadows into the cabin. James unbuckled his harness and slid out of the pilot's seat. He dropped to the floor grating, pulling his knees to his chest, making himself as small as possible beneath the console. He pressed his back against the cold metal bulkhead and squeezed his eyes shut. He held his breath. The ocean outside began to change. James didn't hear it. He felt it. The pressure inside the cabin shifted, making his eardrums pop painfully. The thousands of tons of water surrounding the wreckage were being pushed aside by something impossibly large. The rusted, mangled iron of the Tartarus habitat began to groan. It was the sound of heavy steel bending under physical stress, groaning like a dying whale as the massive creature squeezed through the ruined scaffolding above the sub. The silence inside the Manta was suffocating. It was heavy, accusatory, and thick with dread. It was the exact same silence that had filled his kitchen in Seattle. It was a Tuesday evening. The rain was beating softly against the apartment window. James had just walked through the front door, shrugging off his wet coat, expecting the smell of dinner and the warm, familiar sound of Sarah moving around the house. Instead, the apartment was dead quiet. He had walked into the kitchen. Sarah was standing absolutely still by the marble island. She wasn't cooking. She wasn't looking at him. She was staring down at a small, crumpled piece of thermal paper resting flat on the counter. It was the receipt from the Portland hotel bar. He had forgotten it in the pocket of his gray slacks. Screech! James's eyes snapped open in the dark cabin. A massive shadow eclipsed the blue light of the egg sacs outside the window. The Manta violently shuddered. Something had just brushed against the titanium hull. It didn't strike the sub. It slid against it, a slow, terrifying caress of rough, leathery skin against metal. James clamped both hands over his mouth, biting down on his own knuckles to keep from making a sound. His heart was hammering so violently against his ribs. He was terrified. The creature could hear it through the hull. The shadow outside the glass shifted. The blue light flickered as a massive, thick tendril, or maybe a fin, James couldn't tell, swept lazily over the viewport. In the kitchen, the silence had stretched until it felt like a physical weight pressing against James's chest. He had frozen, his wet coat still half draped over his arm. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. "I unpacked your suitcase to start the laundry," Sarah had said. Her voice wasn't angry. It wasn't hysterical. It was totally hollow, stripped of all emotion. It sounded like a ghost. She finally looked up at him. Her eyes were red, but there were no tears left. 2 drinks at the bar, and a room charge for the penthouse. "You told me the company put you up in the standard block." James's mouth had opened, but no words came out. His brain scrambled, frantically looking for a lie, an excuse, a way out. But looking into her shattered eyes, the lies turned to ash in his throat. "Who is she, James?" Sarah asked, her voice cracking on his name. Outside the manta, the water churned. The massive creature was settling into the nest. Suddenly, the titanium sphere tipped sharply forward. James slid across the steel grating, his shoulder slamming hard against the base of the pilot's seat. He swallowed a gasp, his eyes wide with terror. The creature hadn't just bumped the sub. It was resting on top of it. The manta groaned, the heavy structural supports protesting as tons of biological weight pressed down on the roof. The blue light from the eggs was almost entirely blocked out now, save for a few slivers creeping in around the edges of the creature's massive bulk. James lay pinned against the seat, staring up into the dark. He hadn't answered her. He had stood in the kitchen, staring at the woman he had loved for 6 years, the woman who had built a life with him, and he had felt nothing but absolute cowardly panic. He didn't apologize. He didn't drop to his knees and beg. The shame was too hot, too bright. It burned him so. He did the only thing he knew how to do when a machine broke beyond repair. He walked away. He turned his back on her, grabbed his duffel bag from the hallway and walked out the front door into the rain, without saying a single word. He left her standing alone in the kitchen. James squeezed his eyes shut, a hot tear slipping down his cold cheek. The coward's way out. He had run to the bottom of the ocean, to escape the crushing weight of what he had done, only to find a different kind of crushing weight waiting for him in the dark. Above him, the creature let out a low, vibrating rumble that shook the entire submarine. It was a deep, guttural purr that rattled James's teeth in his skull. The mother was content. She was back in her nest, surrounded by her eggs, and she was not going to move. James slowly lowered his hands from his mouth. His lungs burned. The CO2 scrubber was off. He was breathing dead air again. He was trapped under a monster in a dead submarine, with no power and a ticking clock. And for the first time in his life, James realized that running away wasn't an option anymore. There was nowhere left to go. Chapter 15. The Incubator. The human body is an engine that demands constant fuel. You can go weeks without food and days without water, but the brain's tolerance for carbon dioxide is measured in minutes. James lay curled on the steel floor grate, pinned in the pitch-black darkness, listening to the massive, rhythmic breathing of the Leviathan resting on top of the manta. With every inhalation the creature took, the thousands of tons of displaced water pressed down on the titanium sphere, making the structural joints scream. Inside the cabin, the air was rapidly turning to poison. Without the primary CO2 scrubber running, the carbon dioxide James exhaled had nowhere to go. It pooled at the bottom of the spherical cabin, heavy and invisible. The first symptom was a dull, throbbing ache at the base of his skull. Then came the metallic, pennies and blood taste, coating the back of his tongue. He pressed his face against the cold metal grating, trying to take shallow, measured breaths. He was playing a terrifying game of chicken with his own biology. If he turned the life support back on, the electrical hum of the fan and the sudden vibration might provoke the mother to crush the sub entirely. If he kept it off, he would simply drift into a toxic sleep and never wake up. His lungs began to burn. The diaphragm spasmed involuntarily, a violent hiccup demanding oxygen that wasn't there. Black spots bloomed in his pitch-dark vision like exploding fireworks. 5 more minutes, his hypoxic mind pleaded. Just wait until she falls asleep. But his body was done waiting. The survival instinct, the primal, animal urge to breathe, violently overpowered his fear of the monster. James scrambled forward on his hands and knees. His head swam, vertigo tilting the cabin in impossible directions. He blindly felt for the SOS console, his bloody, bandaged hand smearing against the cold plastic keys. He didn't have time to run a safe boot sequence. He couldn't risk the terminal firing its standard high-pitched acoustic startup chirp. He found the manual override latch beneath the keyboard, popped it open, and felt for the heavy breaker switch that controlled the life support manifold. He grabbed the switch. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the hull to implode, and slammed the breaker upward. With a heavy, mechanical thunk, the primary battery bank reconnected. The SOS terminal flickered to life, bathing the cabin in a dim, sickly green light. On the starboard wall, the heavy industrial fan inside the CO2 scrubber groaned, caught its momentum, and roared into action. To James, the fan sounded like a jet engine firing inside a closet. He collapsed backward against the pilot's seat, gasping greedily as the scrubber sucked the toxic air out and blasted a jet of fresh, cool oxygen directly into his face. He choked, coughing violently, dragging the clean air deep into his starving lungs. He clamped his hands over his ears, staring up at the curved titanium ceiling. It knows. It definitely knows. Above him, the deep, rumbling purr of the creature instantly stopped. The manta groaned as the leviathan shifted its massive bulk. The slivers of pale blue light shining through the viewport from the egg sacs were suddenly eclipsed. A heavy, thick appendage, a tentacle, or a muscular fin, slid over the thick acrylic glass with a wet, scraping squeal. James didn't breathe. He watched the glass, a massive, milky white eye, the size of a dinner plate, pressed directly against the viewport. The pupil was a horizontal slit, completely alien, adjusting to the faint green glow radiating from the SOS terminal. It stared into the cabin. It stared right at James. James stared back, entirely frozen, like a mouse pinned under the paw of a lion. He knew, with absolute certainty, that if the creature wanted to crack the sphere, it could do it with a single muscular contraction. The eye blinked, a thick, translucent membrane sliding sideways across the glass. The creature lingered for 10 agonizing seconds. Then, slowly, the massive eye pulled away. The thick appendage slid off the glass. The heavy, vibrating purr started up again, vibrating through the titanium hull and rattling the loose tools on the floor. Great. The mother settled her bulk back down onto the manta. She wasn't going to attack. James slowly lowered his hands, letting out a breath he felt like he had been holding for an hour. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his entire body trembling with the adrenaline crash. "Why didn't she crush it?" he whispered. He pulled himself up into the pilot's seat, leaning heavily against the console, and looked at the environmental readouts on the SOS screen. External temp, localides, 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Hull temperature rising, thermal transfer optimal. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The manta was made of deep-sea titanium. Titanium was an incredible conductor of heat. By parking the submarine directly over the hydrothermal vent to save his own life, James had essentially turned the manta into a massive, glowing hot stone. The creature didn't see the sub as a threat, and it certainly didn't see it as prey. to a deep-sea leviathan trying to incubate a clutch of eggs in freezing water. The manta was just a giant, artificially warm rock, perfectly suited for nesting. She was using him as an incubator. James stared at the SOS screen. He typed a command, his fingers slipping on the keys. SOS. Run biological modeling based on abyssal gigantism parameters. Estimate incubation period for deep-sea life forms of this mass. The green keys clacked slowly in the dim light. Modeling in extreme depths with geothermal assistance. Incubation periods vary. Estimated duration, 14 to 28 months. Months. James looked up at the digital clock in the corner of the screen. Oxygen reserves, 66 hours. A hysterical, dry laugh bubbled up in the back of his throat. He covered his mouth, but the laugh forced its way out anyway, echoing strangely in the small, warm cabin. He was safe from the freezing cold. He was safe from the abyssal storms. But he was permanently pinned beneath the belly of a sleeping monster, trapped in a metal box that would run out of breathable air in 2.5 days. He couldn't use the thrusters to push her off. The sub didn't have enough torque. He couldn't use the robotic arms. They would barely be able to pinch her thick hide, let alone move her. He had stopped running from his guilt, but reality had trapped him anyway. If he waited for her to leave, he would die of asphyxiation long before her eggs ever hatched. He leaned close to the viewport, looking out at the massive, fleshy wall of the creature's underbelly pressing against the glass. He had to make her move, and if a massive, protective mother wouldn't leave her nest willingly, James would have to find a way to hurt her badly enough that she had no choice but to flee. Chapter 16. The Signal. James sat in the dark, the green glow of the SOS monitor illuminating the frantic, hollow look in his eyes. The cabin was warm, almost balmy, heated by the vent and the massive creature draped over the hull like a living blanket. But for James, the warmth was a mockery. It was the temperature of a tomb. He had to move the beast. But how do you displace something the size of a submarine that happens to be made of muscle and malice? He leaned over the console, his movements stiff. The bandages on his hand were tight, throbbing with a dull, sickening pulse. He stared at the SOS terminal, his mind racing through every technical manual, every emergency protocol, every desperate trick he'd ever used in a shipyard. He whispered, his voice sounding raspy. Is there any way to overload the external lighting? Can I force a power surge through the halogens? The keys clacked slowly. Negative. Lighting circuits have independent overcurrent protection. Surges are diverted to ground. James cursed, slamming his hand against the desk. Okay, fine. What about the sonar? If I set the active ping to maximum intensity, could it cause physical discomfort to a creature of that scale? Calculating. Biological analysis. The Leviathan possesses highly sensitive acoustic receptors. Warning. Maximum decibel ping at this proximity will cause permanent structural vibration to the manta. James felt a grim smile stretch across his face. It was risky. It could literally rattle the rivets out of the manta, but it was the only leverage he had. The creature was using the sub as a warm rock, but if that rock suddenly started screaming at 180 decibels, she wouldn't want to stay. Set the frequency to 15 kilohertz. James commanded. Maximum output. Trigger on a 3-second delay. Warning. Structural integrity will be compromised. Do you wish to proceed? Do it. He had 3 seconds. He needed to be braced. He needed to be ready for the moment she panicked. He didn't crawl under the console this time. He strapped himself into the pilot's seat, cinching the harness as tight as it would go. He grabbed the emergency manual release for the ballast tanks. If she bolted, he needed to be ready to jettison ballast and shoot upward the second the weight was off his roof. 3. He looked out the viewport. The massive, pale underside of the creature was draped like a curtain over the world. 2, his heart wasn't hammering anymore. It felt cold, calculated. He was done being a victim. 1, scree. The sound didn't come through the speaker. It was a physical force that hit the sub. The entire hull of the Manta began to vibrate at a frequency so high it turned the air in the cabin into a blur. James's teeth rattled in his jaw. The SOS terminal screen exploded in a shower of sparks, the green light turning to static. The entire sub shook violently, metal grinding against metal as the creature above let out a silent, internal convulsion. It was working, the weight above them shifted. The Manta groaned, tilting 45 degrees as the Leviathan recoiled, its massive, leathery body thrashing in the water. This is it, James thought, his hands gripping the controls until his knuckles turned white. She's letting go. But as the creature thrashed, a massive, muscular tail, or something like it, whipped around the side of the habitat. It slammed into the external sonar array with the force of a wrecking ball. The Manta didn't just tilt. It was thrown. The sub was hurled through the water, spinning wildly in the dark. James was slammed against the side of the cockpit, the breath driven out of his lungs in a wet gasp. The cabin lights died completely. The terminal went black. He was spinning in the dark, flying blind, with no idea if he was heading up, down, or straight into another rock wall. Crunch. The sub slammed into something hard, dead stopping his forward momentum. James blacked out for a second, his head lolling against the harness. When he came to, the cabin was silent. The terrifying, rhythmic purr of the mother was gone. The water outside was still. He gasped, his chest aching. He blinked in the darkness, reaching out a shaking hand to touch the console. SOS, he croaked. Nothing. No green light, no clicking keys. He reached up to the overhead emergency lights. Nothing. He was dead in the water. Then he heard it. It wasn't the mother. It was something else. Clink, clink, clink. It was the sound of a metal hatch opening. But it wasn't coming from outside the sub. It was coming from inside the cabin. James froze, his eyes widening in the pitch black. The sound of a bolt sliding back, followed by the slow, tortured creak of a pressurized seal being released. "Who's there?" James whispered, his voice trembling, from the darkness of the aft compartment, where the battery banks and the life support systems were housed. A voice answered him, a voice that sounded like grinding rocks. "You left the door open, Jimmy." It wasn't Sarah. It was Arthur Vance. Chapter 17. The Weight of a Ghost. The cabin was so quiet that James could hear the blood rushing in his own ears, a frantic, rhythmic shush-shush that sounded like the ocean tides outside. The voice had come from the aft compartment, the cramped, claustrophobic space behind the pilot's seat that housed the main battery banks and the secondary life support plumbing. It was a space barely big enough for a man to crouch in, let alone stand. "Vance?" James whispered, his voice trembling so violently it sounded like he was shivering. "Arthur? That's not funny." He reached blindly into the darkness, his fingers fumbling along the side of the pilot's seat until they touched the cold, ribbed handle of his heavy-duty LED flashlight. He gripped it, his thumb hovering over the switch. Clink, clink, the sound was deliberate. It was the sound of a metal bolt being unscrewed, the emergency access panel to the battery array. "I'm armed," James lied. His voice was thin, pathetic against the crushing dark. "I have a wrench. Stay where you are." He didn't wait for a response. He lunged. He didn't stand up. He couldn't in the cramped sphere. But he surged forward, pivoting on his hips and thumbed the flashlight switch. A brilliant, blinding beam of white light cut through the gloom, slicing into the aft compartment. James braced himself for a monster, for a corpse, for a hallucination. Anything. The light hit the back wall. It was empty. The battery panels were intact, the thick, heavy cables snaking over the wall like black veins. The space was completely void of life. There was no Arthur Vance, There was no ghost. What the? James breathed, his light dancing frantically over the empty space. I heard you. I heard you move. He swept the light to the left, then the right. Nothing, just the cold, sweating metal of the sub's inner hull. Then, his light caught something on the floor, grating beneath the battery array. It was the access panel. It had been unscrewed from the inside. But that was impossible. The screws were Philip's head. You needed a driver to remove them, and they were locked in place with thread-locking compound. James leaned in, the flashlight trembling in his hand. He knelt on the grating and shone the light directly into the gap behind the batteries. There, tucked into the corner where the wiring looms met the hull, was a small, familiar object. It was the black leather notebook, the one he had found in the bilge. James frowned. He had left the book on the pilot's seat when the creature thrashed the sub. He distinctly remembered it, sliding off the seat and hitting the deck when the manta was thrown. How did it end up locked inside the battery housing? He reached out, his bandaged hand shaking, and pulled the book free. As he touched the leather, he felt a sudden, sharp vibration, a low-frequency thrum that resonated through his fingertips and traveled up his arm. It wasn't the sub's machinery. The sub was dead. This was coming from the book itself. James flipped it open. The ink on the page wasn't blue anymore. It was fresh, dark, and still glistening. It was written in a frantic, hurried scrawl that matched the handwriting of the final entry. Don't look at the batteries, Jimmy. Look at the shadows. James's stomach dropped. He didn't look at the batteries. He didn't look at the shadows. He looked at the floor beneath his boots. The manta was tilting. It was subtle at first, a slight shift in the center of gravity. But then, it became a slide. The sub was slowly, deliberately slipping off the rock spire it had been resting on. The mother creature's thrashing must have dislodged them. The tilt grew sharper, sliding. Sliding. The manta groaned as it broke free of the rock. They were falling. James threw the book aside and grabbed the overhead handholds, his body swinging wildly as the sub tipped forward into a steep, nose-down dive. "Us!" he screamed, even though he knew it was dead. "Emergency ballast! Jettison!" He slammed his fist against the red manual lever on the ceiling. Clank. The mechanical lock released. Outside the hull, he heard the muffled, high-pressure whoosh of the compressed air tanks blowing the water out of the ballast chambers. The sub slowed its descent. It leveled out, but it didn't stop. They were sinking, and fast, dropping deeper into the absolute crushing void of the trench. James stared at the SOS console. The screen wasn't black anymore. A single line of text appeared in the center of the dark monitor, written in his own digital font, but the letters were jagged, dripping like wet paint. "You are not alone." James looked up, in the reflection of the viewport. Standing behind his shoulder in the dark of the cabin, he saw a tall, gaunt shape, reaching out a hand toward his neck. He didn't turn around. He didn't dare. He just stared at the reflection, watching the cold, translucent fingers of Arthur Vance begin to close around his throat. The sub plunged into the dark, and the cabin temperature began to plummet as they left the warm nest of the hydrothermal vent. James was falling into the deepest part of the trench, and he was being strangled by a ghost. Chapter 18. The Abyssal Plane. The fingers closing around James's throat didn't feel like flesh. They felt like ice. A biting, absolute zero that burned the skin of his neck and paralyzed his vocal cords. He stared into the pitch-black mirror of the acrylic viewport, his eyes wide, watching the reflection of the dead pilot standing right behind his chair. Arthur Vance's face was sunken, his eyes hollowed out by the crushing pressure of the deep. His mouth slightly open in a silent, accusatory scream. James couldn't breathe. His hands clawed desperately at his own neck, trying to peel the invisible, freezing fingers away from his windpipe. His boots kicked weakly against the steel floor grate. "You left the door open, Jimmy?" The voice echoed in his mind, scraping against his skull like rusted metal. "You let the dark in." The manta was still falling. The emergency ballast blow had slowed them down, but without the horizontal thrusters to catch the water, they were effectively a 10-ton titanium boulder, dropping through the blackest, heaviest water on Earth. The cabin groaned, a high-pitched, agonizing squeal. The water pressure outside was increasing exponentially with every passing second. James's vision began to tunnel, closing in around the edges with a fuzzy gray static. His chest heaved, his diaphragm fighting a losing battle against the phantom grip on his throat. He was going to die here, strangled by a ghost, plunging into the abyss. He let his hands drop from his neck. He didn't have the strength to fight anymore. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the crushing weight of the water and the guilt. Crash. The impact was so violent. It felt like the entire submarine had been dropped onto concrete. The manta slammed into the absolute bottom of the trench. The kinetic energy ripped through the titanium hull, launching James violently forward. The 5-point safety harness caught him across the chest, the heavy nylon straps bruising his ribs and completely knocking whatever air he had left out of his lungs. His head snapped forward, his chin striking his chest, before he was brutally whipped back against the pilot's seat. The physical shockwave instantly shattered the hallucination. James gasped, a wet, ragged sound, his hands flying to his throat. There were no freezing fingers. There was no ghost. His airway was clear. He sucked in a massive, greedy breath of the stale cabin air, coughing violently as the oxygen hit his starving brain. He looked frantically at the viewport. The glass was intact, but it was buried in a thick, swirling cloud of gray mud. The reflection of Arthur Vance was gone. Before James could even process the impact, a sharp electrical crack echoed from the aft compartment, followed by the smell of ozone and burning copper. Beep! A high-pitched, ear-splitting tone ripped through the cabin. The SOS terminal, which had been dead since the creature swiped them, suddenly flared to life. The screen didn't just flicker. It exploded with a blinding, solid wall of bright green light that forced James to shield his eyes. The computer was forcefully rebooting itself, triggered by the violent kinetic jar to the main battery relays. The green light receded, forming into columns of rapidly scrolling text. Critical impact detected. System reboot successful. Rerouting power to primary life support. On the starboard wall, the CO2 scrubber choked, sparked, and then roared back to life, blasting fresh air into the cabin. James sat frozen in the seat, his chest heaving, his hands gripping the armrests so hard his wounded knuckles began to bleed through the gauze again. He stared at the glowing screen, his mind struggling to separate the supernatural terror of the last few minutes from the brutal mechanical reality of the present. There was no ghost. It was hypoxia. It was the toxic buildup of carbon dioxide in the dead cabin, playing games with his exhausted, guilt-ridden brain. He had been strangling himself, his own panic locking his airway down while the sub was in freefall. "Assos," James croaked, his voice raw and raspy. He swallowed hard, trying to clear the copper taste of blood from his mouth. "Give me a depth reading. Where are we?" The cursor blinked, crunching the telemetry data. Current depth, 35,840 feet. James felt the last fragile piece of his hope fracture. 35,840 feet. They had fallen off the geological shelf entirely. They weren't just in the trench anymore. They were at the absolute bottom of the Challenger Deep. It was the deepest, darkest, most hostile point on the entire planet. No human had ever survived a mechanical failure at this depth, and they were no longer parked over the hydrothermal vent. The heavy, biting cold of the abyss was already seeping back through the titanium hull. The warm, humid air in the cabin from the thermal plume was evaporating, replaced by the bitter 28-degree chill of the dead ocean. James's breath began to plume into white clouds again. "Diagnostic," James whispered, wrapping his arms around his chest to ward off the returning cold. "Hull integrity. Hull integrity, 94%. External pressure, 16,000 psi." The Manta was groaning constantly now, a low, continuous frequency that vibrated right through the soles of his boots. The ocean was pressing against the sphere with 16,000 pounds of force on every single square inch of metal. If there was even a microscopic flaw in the titanium, or a hairline fracture in the acrylic viewport from the crash, the entire sub would instantly implode. Battery bank A, 41%. Rapid drain detected. Oxygen reserves, 64 hours. The battery drain was the real killer. The crash had knocked something loose in the primary array. If Banker bled out, the CO2 scrubber would die, the internal heaters would die, and the terminal would go black forever. He would freeze in the dark, breathing his own toxic exhaust. James looked at his right hand. The white gauze was soaked in fresh, bright red blood. His body was battered, his mind was fracturing, and the ocean was actively trying to crush him into dust. He looked at the empty space in the reflection of the glass where Vance had stood. "You want me to just give up?" James said to the empty cabin, his voice shaking with a sudden, irrational surge of anger. "You want me to just sit here and let the water in?" He unbuckled his safety harness. The metal latch clicked loudly. "Not today," James growled, his jaw setting hard. He stood up, ignoring the agonizing flare of pain in his ribs, and the bone-deep chill setting into his joints. He grabbed the heavy metal flashlight from the floor grate. He wasn't going to wait for the ghost to come back. And he wasn't going to let a loose wire in the aft compartment be the thing that finally killed him. He dropped to his knees and began unscrewing the battery access panel. If he wanted to survive, he had to go back into the dark and fix the machine. Chapter 19, The Live Wire. The emergency battery access panel didn't require tools to remove. The heavy Phillips head screws had already been meticulously backed out and laid in a neat row on the deck grating, the impossible, lingering proof of his hallucination. James didn't let himself think about how they had gotten there. If he allowed his mind to slip back down that rabbit hole, he would freeze to death in a catatonic panic. He slid his bloody fingers behind the heavy titanium plate and pulled. It came away with a harsh metallic scrape, revealing the cramped, claustrophobic crawl space of the aft compartment. The smell hit him immediately. It was the sharp, acrid stench of melting plastic and raw ozone, mixed with the distinct, heavy odor of boiling battery acid. James shined his flashlight into the small opening. The space was no larger than a standard kitchen cabinet, packed solid with the massive, black rectangular cells of battery bank A and a dense labyrinth of thick copper wiring. "Okay," James muttered, his breath pluming in the freezing air. "Find the bleed." He laid the flashlight on the floor grate, angling the beam into the compartment, and forced his head and shoulders into the narrow opening. The claustrophobia was instantaneous and violent. The heavy metal walls pressed against his ribs, and the ceiling of the compartment was less than an inch from the back of his head. He was a man buried alive inside a metal coffin. Willingly crawling into a smaller box, he forced his breathing to slow down. Panic meant hyperventilation, and hyperventilation meant using up his precious oxygen reserves faster. In the stark beam of the flashlight, he saw the problem. The violent impact with the trench floor had sheared one of the heavy mounting brackets, holding the battery cells in place. The massive 70-pound block had shifted forward, stretching the thick primary positive cable to its absolute limit. The heavy rubber insulation around the wire had torn, exposing the raw, braided copper underneath. The exposed wire was resting less than 1/4 of an inch from the titanium hull. Every time the Manta groaned and shifted under the crushing pressure of the ocean, the wire brushed the metal. Zap! A blinding blue arc of electricity jumped from the wire to the hull, illuminating the cramped space like a strobe light. A fresh wave of acrid smoke puffed upward. The hull was acting as a massive ground. The battery was actively short-circuiting against the submarine itself, bleeding its life-saving power directly into the titanium shell. If the wire settled firmly against the metal and welded itself in place, the entire battery bank would discharge completely in a matter of minutes. The SOS system would die, the scrubber would stop, and James would suffocate in the dark. "I have to move it," James whispered, but it was a live wire. It was carrying enough raw direct current to run an industrial submarine. Touching it with his bare hands would stop his heart instantly. He slowly backed out of the compartment, his boots slipping on the icy deck. He frantically searched the small cabin. He didn't have rubber electrician's gloves. He didn't have his heavy crescent wrench. It was still lost in the flooded bilge under the floorboards. He looked at the roll of medical tape he had pulled from the first aid kit earlier. It was thin, porous cloth. It wouldn't insulate against that kind of voltage. Zap! Another bright blue flash lit up the aft compartment. The SOS terminal screen flickered, the green text dimming dangerously before fighting its way back to full brightness. He was running out of time. James looked down at his heavy leather boots. The soles were 2 inches of solid, vulcanized rubber. It was a desperate, stupid idea, but it was the only idea he had. He sat heavily on the floor grating and unlaced his left boot, ripping it off his foot. The freezing air immediately bit through his thick wool sock, but he ignored it. He crawled back to the access panel, holding the heavy leather boot in his good left hand. He pushed his upper body back into the cramped, smoke-filled hole. "Don't touch the metal," he told himself, his voice shaking. "Whatever you do, don't let your arm touch the hull." He extended the boot forward, holding it by the heel. He aimed the thick, rubber toe directly at the exposed, arcing wire. His right hand, wrapped in the bloody gauze, was pressed flat against his chest to keep it out of the way. He took a slow, shallow breath of the ozone-heavy air. He shoved the toe of the boot forward, wedging the thick rubber tightly between the exposed copper wire and the titanium hull. The electricity immediately fought back. The wire hissed, the raw current trying to jump the gap, but the vulcanized rubber absorbed the arc. The smell of burning rubber joined the stench of melting plastic in the tight space. "Come on!" James gritted his teeth, his muscles burning with the effort of holding the awkward angle. With a violent twist of his wrist, he used the boot to pry the heavy wire backward. The thick cable resisted, stiff with cold, but he threw his entire body weight into his shoulder. Snap! The wire bent backward, popping free of its snag and settling a safe 3 inches away from the hull. The arcing instantly stopped. The harsh, strobe light flashes vanished, leaving only the steady beam of his flashlight. James didn't move for 10 seconds, waiting to see if the cable would spring back. It held. He slowly withdrew his arm, pulling the scorched boot out of the compartment. He slid backward out of the hole and collapsed onto the deck grate, his chest heaving, his entire body slick with cold sweat. He jammed his freezing foot back into the boot, not bothering to lace it, and pulled himself up to the pilot's seat. He looked at the SOS terminal. Battery bank 38%. Discharge rate nominal. System stable. He had done it. He had stopped the bleed. The sub was still crippled, and he was still trapped at the bottom of the world, but the immediate execution had been stayed. James let his head fall forward, resting his forehead against the cold edge of the console. He closed his eyes. "Okay," he breathed. "Okay, we're still alive." Then, a new line of text clattered onto the green screen. Passive sonar detects anomalous acoustic signature. James slowly lifted his head, his brow furrowing. He looked at the scrolling waveform on the monitor. It wasn't the slow, massive displacement wave of the Leviathan. It wasn't the metallic clang of the dead habitat's chains. It was a sharp, high-frequency spike. Ping, 3 seconds of silence. Ping, 3 seconds of silence. Ping, it was perfectly spaced, it was synthetic. James's heart, which had just started to calm down, kicked back into a frantic hammering rhythm. "SOS," he typed, his hands shaking so badly he misspelled the command and had to re-enter it. "Analyze frequency. Is that a biological noise?" "Negative. Frequency match. 37.5 kHz classification. Emergency locator beacon." James stared at the screen, all the air rushing out of his lungs. A 37.5 kHz acoustic beacon was the international standard for deep water distress signals. It was the exact frequency emitted by the black boxes on commercial airliners and the emergency transponders on military submarines. "Triangulate," James demanded. Leaning so close to the monitor, his breath fogged the glass. "Give me distance and heading." Calculating. Distance, 400 yards. Heading, 115, 400 yards. It was right outside. James looked at the black mirror of the viewport. Someone else was down here in the dark, and they were calling for help. Chapter 20. The Ghost Ship. Ping. 3 seconds of heavy, absolute silence. Ping. James stared at the SOS monitor, the green glow reflecting in his wide, bloodshot eyes. Out here, in the Marianas Trench, at a crushing depth of 35,000 feet, there were no false positives for a 37.5 kHz signal. Marine biology didn't operate on that frequency. Geological tectonic shifts didn't emit perfectly timed, 3-second intervals. It was a machine. "Is it Miller?" James whispered, a desperate, fragile spark of hope igniting in his chest. "Did they drop a rescue ROV?" He gripped the frozen plastic of the flight sticks. His right hand screamed in protest, the freshly bleeding knuckles protesting against the hard grip, but the adrenaline overrode the pain. "SOS! Lock heading 115, James commanded. "Give me 5% power to the port thruster. Keep the halogens off. We fly blind until we're right on top of it." Heading locked. Port thruster engaged. The Manta shuddered, a deep, metallic groan echoing through the sphere as the single working engine fought against the immense pressure of the abyss. James pushed the left stick forward, feathering it gently. Because he was only using one thruster, the subcrab walked through the pitch-black water, moving in a slow, awkward diagonal slide across the muddy floor of the Challenger Deep. He didn't dare turn on the external floodlights yet. Battery bank A was stable at 38%, but turning the halogens on would drain his remaining life support in hours. He had to navigate purely by the acoustic ping scrolling across the monitor. Ping, distance, 300 yards. James held his breath, waiting for the crunch of rock against the titanium hull. The darkness outside the viewport was total and absolute. It felt like flying through black ink. Ping, distance, 150 yards. The cold was creeping back into the cabin with a vengeance. Without the thermal vent to act as an incubator, the internal temperature of the Manta was plummeting to match the 28-degree ocean outside. James's breath plumed in thick, white clouds. He was shivering violently, his teeth clicking together, but his eyes never left the SOS screen. Ping, distance, 50 yards. "Cut the engine," James rasped. The low hum of the port thruster died. The Manta drifted forward on its own momentum, slowing to a gentle halt in the suspended marine snow. The acoustic signal coming through the internal speaker was no longer a distant, muffled sound. It was sharp, loud, and piercing, ringing in the small cabin like a tuning fork. It was right in front of him. James wiped the freezing condensation from the inside of the acrylic viewport with his fleece sleeve. He pressed his face against the glass. "S," he whispered, his heart hammering against his bruised ribs. "External halogens. Just give me 10 seconds. Power rerouted." James reached up and flicked the overhead toggle switch. With a heavy electrical thunk, the massive white floodlights ignited, tearing a blinding cone of light through the absolute black. The mud of the trench floor was kicked up into a hazy, swirling fog from his thruster wash. As the bright white light cut through the gloom, a silhouette began to take shape directly in front of the Manta. It wasn't a sleek modern ROV from Miller's support ship. It wasn't a rescue drone. It was a submarine. James exhaled a ragged breath, staring at the wreckage. It was significantly smaller than the Manta, designed with a primitive, cylindrical pressure hull instead of a modern sphere. The metal was painted a deep, high-visibility orange, though the color was almost entirely obscured by decades of thick, rust-colored bacterial growth and saltwater corrosion. The sub was resting nose down in the deep gray mud, half buried like a dropped dart. Its external robotic arms were twisted and sheared backward. The heavy steel sled was crumpled, but the main pressure cylinder was remarkably intact. Ping. The sound was coming from a small, cylindrical beacon bolted just behind the sub's main hatch. The red lead on the transponder was long dead, but the internal acoustic hammer was still firing on mechanical reserve power. James didn't understand. Emergency locator beacons ran on lithium-ion batteries that were designed to last 30 days, maybe 40 if the water was cold. They didn't last for decades. He looked down at the SOS terminal. The computer was rapidly scanning the visual profile of the wrecked sub, comparing it to the internal naval database. The green text clattered across the screen, confirming James's worst, most impossible fear. Visual match confirmed. Vessel classification. Deep Sea Experimental. Registry name. Acheron. Status. Reported lost with all hands October 1996. Pilot on record. Arthur Vance. James stared at the glowing green letters. A cold, suffocating wave of pure terror washed over him, completely overriding the physical chill of the cabin. It was Vance's ship, the tomb of the legend who had gone mad in this exact trench 30 years ago. The man whose leather journal was currently resting on the deck, grating by James' feet. But if the Acheron went down in 1996, the locator beacon should have died before the turn of the millennium. There was only one reason an acoustic beacon would start pinging 30 years after a crash. Someone, or something, had just turned it on. James slowly looked back up through the viewport. The bright white halogens of the Manta were shining directly onto the small, thick quartz window of the Acheron's cockpit. The window was smeared with a thick layer of brown algae and silt on the outside, but as James watched, completely paralyzed by dread, the silt began to move. Something on the inside of the dead submarine was wiping the glass clean. A pale, five-fingered hand, stripped almost entirely of flesh, pressed flat against the inside of the Acheron's viewport. It smeared the condensation away in a slow, deliberate circle. And then, from the absolute darkness of the ruined cockpit, a face leaned forward into the light. Chapter 21. The Iron Coffin. The face pressed against the Acheron's thick quartz window didn't belong to a living man. It was bloated, the skin bleached to a sickly, translucent white by decades of freezing salt water and complete absence of sunlight. The lips were peeled back over the teeth in a rictus grin, and the eyes, wide, unblinking, and entirely black, stared directly through the blinding glare of the Manta's halogen floodlights, locking onto James. James stopped breathing. His heart hit his ribs like a sledgehammer. The logic centers of his brain violently rejected the image, but the primitive animal part of his mind screamed in pure terror. The pale, skeletal hand smeared the glass again. Thump. A dull, wet sound echoed across the 30 yards of open water separating the two submarines. The corpse had just struck its forehead against the glass from the inside. "No," James whispered, violently shaking his head. He squeezed his eyes shut, pressing the heels of his hands against his eyelids until bursts of gray static exploded in his vision. "It's the CO2. It's the cold. My brain is misfiring. Dead men don't move. Dead men don't move." He recited it like a mantra. He opened his eyes. The Acheron's window was empty. The face was gone. The pale hand was gone. There was only the thick, brown layer of silt and bacterial sludge coating the outside of the dead submarine's viewport, completely undisturbed. The interior of the Acheron was nothing but a black, flooded void. James let out a ragged, hysterical gasp, collapsing back into the pilot's seat. He was shaking so violently, his teeth clicked together. Ping. The emergency locator beacon on the wrecked hull fired again. The hallucination had broken, but the acoustic signal remained, and the reality of James's situation was arguably more terrifying than a ghost. He looked down at the SOS terminal. Battery banker. Voltage degradation detected. Estimated time to primary scrubber failure. 14 hours. His boot trick had stopped the massive short circuit, but the battery array was fundamentally damaged. It was bleeding voltage internally. In 14 hours, the fan would stop, and he would suffocate. Even worse, he couldn't leave. The Manta had dropped a massive portion of its emergency ballast to slow its fall into the trench, but it hadn't been enough to make the sub positively buoyant. To go up, he needed to drop more weight, but the manual release was tapped out. He was anchored to the absolute bottom of the world unless he found more lift. James looked through the viewport at the dead orange hull of the Acheron. In the late 90s, before the invention of electromagnetic ballast plates, deep-sea submersibles used pyrotechnic explosive bolts to drop their heavy iron dive weights. If the Acheron had crashed before it could blow its emergency sled, there would be 2 unspent explosive bolts still loaded in its undercarriage. If James could detach one of those pyrotechnic charges and wire it to the Manta's remaining flooded ballast tanks, he could trigger a violent, high-pressure blow. He could blast the water out of his tanks and shoot toward the surface. It was a suicidal plan, but waiting 14 hours to quietly suffocate in the dark wasn't a plan at all. S, James typed, his fingers stiff and clumsy from the cold. Run diagnostic on the emergency ADS. The ADS, the atmospheric diving suit, was an armored, humanoid pressure vessel stored beneath the deck grating in the aft lock. It looked less like a scuba suit and more like a massive yellow mechanical robot. It maintained a surface pressure of 1 atmosphere inside, protecting the pilot from the crushing ocean, and used heavy, claw-like manipulators instead of gloves. It was designed for extreme deep-water external repairs. The keys clacked. ADS Hephaestus system status, nominal. Battery, 100%. Oxygen rebreather, 8 hours. It was operational. James unbuckled his harness. He didn't let himself think about the 40-foot Leviathan somewhere in the dark behind him, or the dead man he thought he saw in the window in front of him. If he stopped moving, the fear would paralyze him permanently. He dragged himself out of the seat and moved to the center of the cabin. He pulled the heavy steel locking pins on the floor, grating and hauled the heavy metal plates aside. Beneath the floor, housed in a cylindrical titanium airlock, lay the Hephaestus suit. It was intimidating. A massive shell of cast aluminum and titanium alloys, painted high-visibility yellow. The joints were thick, oil-filled rotary seals designed to resist 16,000 psi. The helmet was a solid metal dome with a small, thick quartz viewing port James climbed down into the shallow lock. He popped the heavy latches on the suit's torso, opening it like a mechanical clamshell. He stripped off his fleece jacket, leaving only his thermal base layer. He couldn't wear bulky clothes inside the hard suit. There was barely enough room to breathe as it was. He slid his legs into the heavy titanium boots, wincing as the cold metal bit through his socks, and slipped his arms into the rigid sleeves. His right hand throbbed in agonizing protest as he forced it into the mechanical control grip. He had to use his bleeding fingers to manipulate the heavy steel triggers that controlled the suit's external claws. He reached up with his left hand and pulled the heavy torso shell down over his head. Clank. The suit sealed. The claustrophobia was absolute. If the manta was a metal coffin, the ad's suit was a metal straitjacket. James could barely turn his head inside the dome. The air smelled of stale neoprene and machine grease. He pressed his chin against the internal comms button. "Zos, do you read?" His voice crackled through the suit's internal speaker, routed from the sub's main computer. Comms link established. Ad's life support online. "I'm initiating the flood sequence." James breathed, his chest tight. "Pressurize the lock and open the floor hatch. Warning, external pressure is 16,000 psi. Ensure Ad seals are locked." "They're locked," James said. He closed his eyes. "Do it." Above him, the heavy metal floor plates of the manta slid shut, sealing him inside the cylindrical airlock. Total darkness fell over him. A loud mechanical grinding noise echoed through the tight space. Then, the freezing water of the Mariana Trench rushed into the lock. It hit the exterior of the suit with a physical impact. The freezing temperature instantly radiated through the titanium shell, chilling the air inside the suit. The sound of the rushing water was deafening, a high-pressure roar as the lock flooded to equalize with the ocean outside. James squeezed his eyes shut, hyperventilating in the dark. "Hold together. Please, hold together." The rotary joints groaned under the sudden immense weight. The metal shrieked, but the seals held. The rushing noise stopped. The lock was flooded. Below James's feet, the external drop hatch slowly whined open. The blackness of the abyss yawned directly beneath him. "Dropping out," James whispered. He hit the manual release. The mechanical tether engaged, and James fell heavily out of the bottom of the manta, dropping into the freezing, crushing dark of the ocean floor. Chapter 22. The Sea of Silt. The Hephaestus suit hit the bottom of the Mariana Trench with a heavy, muted thud that reverberated straight up James's spine. A massive cloud of fine, gray silt exploded outward like a slow-motion smoke bomb, completely obscuring his vision. The mechanical tether connecting his back to the manta snapped taut, then went slack as the winch locked into place. James stood perfectly still inside the armored shell, listening. The suit was groaning. It was a terrifying, continuous cacophony of metallic pops, creaks, and squeals as the cast aluminum and titanium alloys fought against the 16,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. The oil-filled rotary joints in the knees and shoulders felt stiff, as if they had been packed with wet cement. "Breathe in, breathe out," he told himself, listening to the harsh rasp of his own lungs echoing inside the dome helmet. "SOS, comms check," James said, his voice trembling. "Signal clear. Tether tension nominal. Suit integrity 100%. He reached up with his right hand to grip the internal control joystick that operated the suit's heavy external claws. Fire lanced up his forearm. His bandaged knuckles screamed in protest as he forced his fingers to close around the trigger mechanism. The gauze was soaked through, making the plastic grip slick with his own blood. He pushed forward. The suit took a step. It was agonizingly slow. The heavy metal boot dragged through the thick, adhesive mud of the abyssal plain. Every movement required a massive exertion of core strength. to fight the friction of the pressurized joints. Walking in the Hephaestus felt like trying to run waist-deep in freezing molasses. Through the small quartz viewport of his helmet, the twin-LED headlights on his shoulders cut through the settling silt. 30 yards ahead, bathed in the overlapping white light of the suit and hovering manta, lay the Acheron. Ping! The emergency locator beacon fired, the acoustic shockwave hitting the suit's metal shell and ringing in James's ears. Clump, clump, clump. He forced himself into a slow, agonizing rhythm. Drag the right leg. Shift the weight. Drag the left leg. As he closed the distance, the sheer scale of the decay became apparent. The Acheron was covered in thick, flowing mats of chemosynthetic bacteria, extremophiles that fed on the rust of the rotting iron. They looked like long, ghostly white hair swaying in the microcurrents created by James's heavy footsteps. He reached the nose of the crashed submarine. "Okay," James grunted, sweat stinging his eyes despite the freezing air in the suit. "Find the drop sled." He awkwardly pivoted his torso, the servos whining loudly, and aimed his headlights underneath the curved orange belly of the Acheron. There it was. The heavy iron ballast sled was mangled, driven deep into the mud by the impact of the crash 30 years ago. But tucked just behind the primary skid plate, nestled inside a heavy steel housing, was a cylindrical brass tube the size of a fire extinguisher, an explosive pyrotechnic bolt. It hadn't fired. The Acheron had hit the bottom before the pilot could trigger the emergency blow. James maneuvered the heavy suit closer, dropping heavily onto his right knee. The joint screamed in protest, but it held. He extended his right arm. Outside the suit, the massive, three-pronged steel claw mirrored his movement. He had to be perfect. If he squeezed the triggers too hard, the hydraulic claw would crush the brass housing, detonating the explosive charge right in his face. It wouldn't just kill him. The shockwave would instantly shatter the Hephaestus suit and the manta hovering above him. His bloody right hand shook violently on the joystick. "Steady," he whispered. "Just a machine. Treat it like a machine." He gently guided the open steel claw over the brass cylinder. He held his breath, ignoring the agonizing burn in his knuckles, and squeezed the internal trigger just a fraction of an inch. The metal prongs locked around the bolt with a dull clink. Now came the hard part. The bolt was wired into the Acheron's dead electrical mainframe. He had to sever the locking collar without sparking the internal detonator. He brought his left arm up. The claw on the left was smaller, designed for finer manipulation. He carefully pinched the thick rubber locking collar above the brass tube. With a guttural yell, James twisted his left wrist while pulling back on his right arm. Snap! The 30-year-old rusted steel collar snapped cleanly. The heavy brass bolt popped free, dangling in the grip of his right claw. He had it. He actually had it. "Essos, package secured." James gasped, his chest heaving, preparing to reel back to the airlock. "Copy, winch ready." James used his left arm to push off the mud, struggling to force the heavy suit back into a standing position. As he rose, his headlights swept upward, illuminating the top of the Acheron's pressure cylinder. The bright white beams washed over the main entry hatch. James froze. The hatch was open. It wasn't blown inward by the crushing pressure of a structural failure. The heavy, interlocking steel teeth of the locking mechanism were perfectly intact. The massive wheel on the outside of the door was still engaged. The hatch had been opened from the inside, but that was physically impossible. You couldn't push a hatch open outward against 16,000 psi of oceanic pressure. Even a hydraulic ram couldn't do it. The pressure differential would hold that door shut with the weight of a freight train, unless the pressure inside the cabin was already equal to the ocean outside. James took a slow, stumbling step backward. He shined his light past the open hatch and into the black, flooded cockpit of the Acheron. There were no crushed remains. There was no skeleton strapped into the pilot's seat. The 5-point harness was neatly unbuckled, floating lazily in the water. Arthur Vance hadn't died in the crash. He had manually flooded his own submarine, equalized the pressure, and unbuckled his seatbelt. But why? Before James could process the sheer, terrifying impossibility of it, his suit's private comms channel popped with a burst of heavy static. It wasn't the clean, digitized beep of the SOS terminal. It was an open microphone. "You took my book, Jimmy." The voice didn't come from the sub above him. It came from the dark water directly behind him. Chapter 23, The Man in the Mud. "You took my book, Jimmy." The voice didn't just come through the helmet's internal speaker. It seemed to vibrate through the heavy cast aluminum shell of the Hephaestus suit, resonating in the marrow of James's bones. James's breath hitched in his throat. He completely froze. His right hand, slick with his own blood, was locked in a death grip around the internal joystick, holding the brass pyrotechnic bolt in the external claw. If he flinched, if the terror caused a sudden, involuntary muscle spasm in his forearm, the hydraulic pincers would crush the brass casing and vaporize him instantly. "Don't squeeze, don't squeeze, don't squeeze." "SOS," James whispered, his voice cracking into a high, reedy pitch. "Who is on this channel? Comms link encrypted, no external signal detected. You are alone." "I'm not alone," James screamed, the sound deafening inside the tight dome helmet. He threw his body weight to the right, forcing the heavy suit to pivot. The oil-filled rotary joints in the knees and hips shrieked, fighting the immense friction of the abyssal pressure. The twin lead headlights mounted on his shoulders swept across the trench floor, slicing through the swirling cloud of gray silt he had kicked up. The light cut through the dark, 20 feet away, just at the edge of the halo of white light. Something was standing in the mud. It wasn't a deep-sea creature. It wasn't the 40-foot Leviathan returning to finish the job. It was a man. He was wearing a faded, dark blue company jumpsuit, the exact uniform standard issued to all deep-sea pilots in the late 90s. He wasn't wearing a diving helmet. He wasn't wearing a pressure suit. He was just standing barefoot in the freezing, toxic mud at 35,000 feet below sea level, looking completely unaffected by the 16,000 pounds of pressure that should have instantly crushed his skull to the size of a golf ball. It was Arthur Vance. He looked exactly like the corporate photograph hanging in the Seattle headquarters lobby. He wasn't bloated, he wasn't rotting, he just looked tired. Vance slowly tilted his head. His eyes were pure, obsidian black, devoid of whites or irises. James's brain snapped. The fragile psychological dam he had built to hold back his panic completely vaporized. Nitrogen narcosis, hypoxia, carbon dioxide poisoning. He didn't care what the medical explanation was anymore. His body was overriding his logic, executing a singular primal command. "Flee! Winch!" James roared, his throat tearing. "SOS! Retract the tether! Get me out of here right now!" Winch engaged, retracting at maximum safe velocity. With a violent mechanical jerk, the thick steel cable attached to the back of the Hephaestus suit snapped taut. James was yanked backward off his feet. The massive, heavy suit hit the mud on its back, a sickening impact that rattled James's teeth and slammed his skull against the back of the helmet. The winch didn't stop. It began dragging him backward across the abyssal plain, hauling him up toward the open airlock of the Manta hovering 30 yards above. "The bolt!" James gasped, fighting the G-force of the drag. He stared through his viewport. The right arm of the suit was stretched out in front of him. The massive steel claw was still clutching the brass explosive. The jarring impact of the fall hadn't triggered it, but as he was dragged backward through the mud, the arm bounced and shuddered violently. James had to use every ounce of his remaining core strength to keep his right hand perfectly, agonizingly still on the internal trigger, isolating his arm from the violent shaking of his body. Through the viewport, as he was dragged backward and upward into the dark water, the headlights of his suit remained fixed on the trench floor. Arthur Vance hadn't moved. He stood in the swirling gray silt, watching James ascend. Then Vance slowly raised a hand. He didn't wave. He pointed a single pale finger upward, directly at the underbelly of the manta. "You can't go back up, Jimmy." The voice crackled through the static of the dead comms channel. "You belong to the pressure now." The light from the Acheron faded into the crushing black. The Hephaestus suit slammed hard against the metal grating of the manta's external drop hatch. The winch groaned, hauling the heavy metal shell up into the narrow cylindrical airlock. James was suspended upside down for a terrifying second before the winch locked the suit into its upright cradle. Clank. Beneath his feet, the heavy titanium drop doors slammed shut, sealing out the ocean. James hung in the suit, his chest heaving, his breath fogging the glass of the helmet. He was shivering so violently that the metal joints of the suit rattled around him. The loud, mechanical whine of the industrial pumps kicked in. The freezing salt water began to drain rapidly from the lock, plummeting back out into the ocean, replaced by the hissing rush of compressed air equalizing the chamber. As the water dropped below his viewport, James finally let out a long, ragged exhale. He had made it. He had the explosive bolt. Airlock pressurized, cabin environment equalized. James didn't wait. He popped the heavy internal latches on the suit. The torso clamshell hissed open, spilling the freezing, stale air of the suit into the slightly warmer cabin of the sub. He didn't bother using his hands. He practically fell out of the suit, collapsing onto his hands and knees on the floor grating of the manta, gasping for air. His right hand was a mess of torn gauze and fresh blood, his muscles cramping so hard they felt like they were turning to stone. But as he laid his forehead against the cold steel deck to catch his breath, a slow, horrifying realization crept over him. The cabin was wrong. When he had left, the SOS terminal had been glowing bright green. The primary CO2 scrubber had been humming loudly. The manta had felt alive. Now, the scrubber was dead silent. The halogens were off. James slowly lifted his head, peering over the edge of the airlock into the main cabin. The SOS terminal wasn't green anymore. The screen was completely black, save for a single, blinking red cursor in the top left corner. The battery hadn't bled out. The sub hadn't died from the short circuit. Someone had manually turned the power off from the inside while he was gone. Chapter 24. The Override. The blinking red cursor was the only light in the cabin. It pulsed in the pitch black like a slow, dying heartbeat. James stayed perfectly still on his hands and knees. He didn't breathe. He listened for the scrape of a boot, the rustle of heavy fabric, or the sound of breathing that wasn't his own. Nothing. There was only the heavy, crushing silence of the trench pressing against the titanium hull. He reached carefully back into the open torso of the Hephaestus suit. He found the manual release cable for the right arm and pulled. Outside the suit, the steel claw snapped open. The heavy brass explosive bolt dropped onto the metal floor, grating with a dull, heavy thud. James scooped it up. The brass casing was freezing cold and smelled faintly of old sulfur. He set it gently on the deck. One hard knock against the hull, and he wouldn't have to worry about ghosts or the cold ever again. He crawled forward toward the pilot's seat, his hands sliding over the freezing metal floor. He reached up to the main console. The primary power switch was a heavy, industrial steel toggle. He felt for it in the dark. It was flipped down. The off position. It took real physical force to move that switch. A short circuit couldn't trip it. The impact of the crash couldn't flip it. A hand had gripped that steel toggle and pulled it down. James grabbed his heavy flashlight from the floor grate and clicked it on. He swept the blinding white beam frantically across the small cabin. He hit the pilot's seat. He hit the cramped aft compartment. He shined it down into the empty airlock. He was entirely alone in a 5x5 metal sphere. So, who flipped the switch? James reached up and slammed the toggle back to the on position. The SOS terminal didn't boot up with its usual bright green flash. The primary life support fan didn't kick on. The screen stayed completely black. The red cursor just kept blinking. James set the flashlight on the console and placed his hands on the keyboard. His bloody right knuckles smeared across the plastic keys. Boot primary systems, he typed. The red cursor dropped down a line. Access denied. James stared at the words. SOS, override command Alpha 7, boot life support immediately. Access denied. What do you mean denied? James said aloud, his voice cracking in the dead air. The cabin was already getting stale. Without the scrubber pulling the carbon dioxide out, he was back on the clock. He had maybe 20 minutes before the hypoxia started to shut his organs down again. The red cursor jumped. Words began to type out across the screen, not in the standard blocky font of the SOS operating system, but in a jagged, raw script. You don't need air down here, Jimmy. James ripped his hands away from the keyboard as if the plastic had burned him. The red letters kept coming, clacking loudly in the silent sub. I showed you the door. Why won't you open it? You're not real, James whispered. He grabbed the flashlight and shined the beam directly at the monitor, as if the harsh light could burn the words away. It's a system glitch, a virus. You're just a hallucination. The hatch is right above your head. Just turn the wheel. It only hurts for a second. James slowly looked up. Directly above the pilot's seat was the main entry hatch. The heavy steel locking wheel was secured tight. If he stood up and turned that wheel, the seal would break. 16,000 pounds of pressure would instantly crush the cabin. It was the exact intrusive thought he had fought off hours ago. The coward's way out. The ghost wasn't just haunting him, it was trying to talk him into suicide. No. James gritted his teeth. His jaw set hard. He looked away from the hatch and grabbed the brass explosive bolt from the floor. I'm going home. He didn't need the computer to wire the explosive. He didn't need the SOS terminal at all. He needed to manually hotwire the charge directly into the sub's flooded ballast tanks. He grabbed a flathead screwdriver from the emergency kit under the seat. He knelt down and jammed the steel tip into the seam of the heavy floor plates. With a violent twist of his wrist, he popped the plate up and shoved it aside. Beneath the floor was the sub's mechanical bilge. It was flooded with 3 feet of freezing, oily salt water from when the sub had initially crashed. Bolted to the bottom of the hull were the heavy manual release valves for the external ballast tanks. The red text on the screen began to type faster, filling the monitor with a frantic, bloody block of words. Stay in the dark, stay in the dark, stay in the dark. James ignored it. He grabbed the explosive bolt and dropped his legs into the flooded bilge. The freezing water instantly soaked through his thermal pants, biting into his skin like liquid ice. He gasped, his chest tightening from the shock of the cold. He waded forward, crouching low in the cramped space, beneath the floorboards. He found the main airline running to the port ballast tank. It was a thick steel pipe. If he attached the explosive charge directly to the valve and wired it to a manual battery trigger, the explosion would blast the remaining water out of the tank. The manta would become violently buoyant. It would shoot off the trench floor like a rocket. He wedged the brass explosive bolt against the steel pipe. He needed wire to connect the detonator. He reached up, blindly feeling along the underside of the floor, grating for the sub's secondary wiring loom. His frozen, bloody fingers found a cluster of thin copper wires. He pulled his dive knife from his belt and sliced through the plastic zip ties holding them in place. As he yanked the wires free, his flashlight beam flickered. James froze. The heavy flashlight, resting on the deck above him, rolled slightly. The beam of light shifted away from the hole he was working in, plunging the flooded bilge into near-total darkness. And in that sudden darkness, James felt the freezing water in the bilge shift. A slow, deliberate ripple hit his waist. Something was in the water under the floorboards with him. Chapter 25, The Ascent. The ripple hit James's waist again. It wasn't the natural slosh of the water. It was a deliberate, displaced wave moving toward him in the dark. "It's just the sub settling," James whispered through his teeth, shivering violently. "It's just the metal shifting." He blindly fumbled with the copper wires, his fingers so numb they felt like blocks of wood. He needed to strip the plastic casing to expose the metal. He brought the wire to his mouth and bit down hard, tearing the insulation away with his teeth. The sharp taste of copper and stale saltwater filled his mouth. Then, something brushed against his left leg. It didn't feel like a floating piece of debris. It felt deliberate. 5 distinct points of pressure sliding up his calf. James stopped breathing. He froze in the cramped space under the floorboards. His shoulders pressed hard against the steel grating above. A hand closed around his ankle. The grip was inhumanly strong. The fingers were freezing, burning like dry ice through the wet fabric of his thermal pants. James screamed. He kicked out violently with his heavy boot, thrashing in the 3 feet of oily water. His head slammed hard against the metal floorboards above him. He saw a flash of white light behind his eyes, but the adrenaline drowned out the pain. The hand didn't let go. It pulled. James lost his footing on the curved hull. He slipped backward, his face plunging into the freezing black water. The cold was a physical shock that paralyzed his diaphragm. He sucked in a lungful of oily salt water, choking and gagging as he fought to keep his head above the surface. He dropped the copper wires. "Let go!" he roared, spitting water and blood. He kicked his free leg backward, driving the heel of his unlaced right boot down as hard as he could. He hit something solid. It felt like a shoulder. The grip on his left ankle slipped, just for a fraction of a second. It was all James needed. He lunged forward in the dark, his hands desperately feeling along the cold steel pipe of the ballast tank. He found the brass explosive bolt exactly where he had wedged it. He found the dropped copper wires floating right next to it. The water violently churned behind him. Whatever was in the bilge was coming back up. Operating purely on muscle memory and sheer panic, James jammed the stripped copper wires into the small detonator pins at the base of the brass bolt. He twisted them fast, securing the connection. Fingers grabbed the back of his soaked thermal shirt. They dug into the fabric, pulling him backward into the dark. James grabbed the long end of the trailing wire, threw his arms up through the open hatch, and hauled his upper body onto the main deck. He scrambled onto the metal floor grating, kicking his legs frantically to drag himself completely out of the bilge. He didn't look down into the dark water. He didn't want to see the face attached to those hands. He just kicked the heavy floor plate back into place. Clang! The metal plate slammed shut, sealing the bilge. James lay on his back in the dark cabin, coughing up salt water, his chest heaving. The red cursor on the SOS terminal cast a bloody glow over the cabin. The screen was typing again. "You can't leave. I'm so cold, Jimmy." "Shut up," James gasped. He sat up, his hands shaking violently. He had the trailing end of the copper wire clamped in his bloody fist. But to trigger the explosive, he needed a spark. He needed a direct current. He looked frantically around the dim cabin. The heavy flashlight was resting near the console, exactly where it had rolled earlier. James lunged for it. He unscrewed the heavy metal base cap, dropping the spring onto the floor, and slid the large, rectangular 6-volt battery out into his palm. The red text on the screen flashed rapidly. "Don't do it. Don't leave me down here. The pressure is going to break you." "Watch me," James said. He stripped the ends of the trailing copper wire with his teeth. He held the positive wire in his left hand and the negative wire in his bloody right hand. He took a deep breath, squeezed his eyes shut, and slammed the raw copper wires directly onto the twin metal terminals of the 6-volt battery. Crack. A bright blue spark jumped from the battery. Beneath the floorboards, the brass pyrotechnic bolt detonated. The explosion was muted by the water, but the physical shock wave was massive. The entire titanium sphere of the Manta violently bucked. James was thrown hard against the side of the console. A deafening, high-pressure roar filled the cabin. It sounded like a jet engine firing directly beneath his feet. The explosive charge had cleanly blown the main valve on the port ballast tank. The highly compressed air stored in the sub's emergency reserve violently expanded, blasting the hundreds of gallons of heavy salt water out of the tank and into the ocean. The Manta groaned. The heavy iron chassis shuddered as it fought the suction of the deep-sea mud. For 3 agonizing seconds, nothing happened. The mud held them down. Then, with a sickening, tearing sound, the sub ripped free. Gravity instantly inverted. James was pinned flat against the floor, grating as the Manta shot upward. They weren't just floating. With completely empty ballast tanks at this depth, the submarine acted like an inflated balloon, released at the bottom of a pool. They were rocketing toward the surface. James lay flat on his back, staring up at the dark ceiling as the G-force pressed him into the metal. The deafening roar of the water, rushing past the titanium hull, drowned out the ringing in his ears. He looked over at the SOS terminal. The red text was gone. The screen was completely black again. But the sub was moving. "Depths," James choked out, the pressure in his chest making it hard to speak. The computer didn't answer. It was dead, but James could feel it. The bone-crushing, suffocating weight of the abyss was finally starting to let go. They had left the nest, they had left the Acheron. He was going home, but as James lay shivering on the floor, listening to the water scream past the hull, a new, very different sound cut through the noise. It was coming from the thick steel pipe of the oxygen scrubber. A slow, steady hiss. The explosive shock wave hadn't just blown the ballast valve. It had cracked the main airline. James wasn't freezing, and he wasn't trapped, but his oxygen was now actively bleeding out into the cabin. Chapter 26. The Upward Fall. The Manta was no longer a submarine. It was a torpedo fired straight up into the dark. The G-force pinned James flat against the floor grating. His face pressed into the cold, wet metal as the sub violently shuddered. The drag of the water screaming past the titanium hull sounded like a freight train driving directly over his head. But beneath the roar of the ocean, the sharp, biting hiss of the cracked airline cut through the cabin. It was coming from the primary oxygen feed manifold bolted to the starboard bulkhead. Pure, highly compressed oxygen was spraying into the small cabin. It smelled sharp, metallic, and terrifyingly cold. If that tank emptied, James wouldn't even make it halfway to the surface before the cabin turned into a vacuum of dead air. "Come on," James grunted, his teeth bared. He forced his hands flat against the deck and pushed. His triceps screamed as he fought the artificial gravity of the rapid ascent. He managed to drag himself onto his knees, his wet thermal pants slipping on the damp floor plates. He crawled toward the starboard wall. The hiss grew louder, turning into a high-pitched mechanical shriek. He found the leak. The explosive shock wave had fractured a hairline crack in the brass fitting where the pipe met the scrubber. James clamped his bare left hand over the crack. The pressure instantly blasted his fingers backward, freezing cold gas spraying between his knuckles. He couldn't plug it with his hand. The pressure was too high. He looked frantically over his shoulder. The yellow plastic emergency kit was still wedged under the pilot's seat. He threw himself backward, sliding across the slanted floor, and grabbed the yellow box. He ripped the latches open, spilling bandages and iodine packets onto the deck. He dug past the gauze and found what he was looking for: a thick roll of red, self-fusing silicone rescue tape. It was designed to handle high-pressure marine leaks by physically bonding to itself. When stretched, he grabbed the roll and scrambled back to the pipe. The sub bucked violently as it slammed through a heavy, deep-water crosscurrent. James was thrown hard against the curved hull. His bruised ribs took the impact, stealing the breath from his lungs. He ignored it. He pulled himself up to the manifold. He clamped the end of the red tape against the brass pipe with his left thumb. With his bloody, battered right hand, he pulled the roll hard, stretching the silicone until it was almost transparent, and wrapped it over the crack. The gas fought back, billowing the tape outward like a balloon. "Hold," James hissed, wrapping it a second time. Then a third. He pulled the tape as tight as the material would allow, forcing the silicone layers to fuse together. He wrapped the entire fitting in a thick, red cast. The high-pitched shriek dropped to a wet sputter. He wrapped it 5 more times and snapped the roll off. The hiss stopped completely. James collapsed backward onto the floor grating, his chest heaving. The cabin was deadly silent on the inside, leaving only the deafening roar of the ocean rushing past the hull outside. He wiped his bleeding right hand on his wet pants and looked up at the SOS terminal. It was still dead. A black, useless piece of plastic. He had no depth gauge. He had no altimeter. He had absolutely no idea where he was in the water column, or how fast he was traveling. He pulled himself up by the armrest of the pilot's seat and looked out the thick acrylic viewport. The absolute, crushing black of the Challenger Deep was gone. The water outside wasn't pitch dark anymore. It was a deep, bruised purple. James stared at the glass, his heart kicking into a new, terrifying rhythm. Light. It was actual, physical sunlight filtering down through the ocean. He had passed the midnight zone. He was tearing through the twilight zone. He was ascending thousands of feet per minute, moving faster than any commercial submersible was ever designed to travel. And that was a massive problem. Submarines aren't designed to float like corks, to surface safely. A pilot has to vent the expanding air in the ballast tanks to slow the ascent. But James didn't have any functioning ballast valves left. He had blown the port side clean off with an explosive. He was essentially strapping himself to a runaway rocket. The water outside the glass rapidly shifted from deep purple to a dark, hazy blue. The temperature inside the cabin was rising. "Oh, God," James whispered, realizing what was about to happen. If a 10-ton titanium sphere traveling at 50 miles an hour hit the surface of the ocean, it wouldn't just bob in the waves. It would launch entirely out of the water, catch air, and come crashing back down onto the surface, like a concrete block hitting pavement. The impact would shatter the viewport and turn the internal frame into shrapnel. The blue outside the window was getting brighter. Flecks of white bubbles tore past the glass. He was seconds away from the surface. James dove into the pilot's seat. He grabbed the heavy 5-point nylon safety harness and yanked the straps over his shoulders. His bloody hands fumbled with the heavy metal buckle, slamming the steel tongue into the lock. He reached up and grabbed the heavy structural roll bars bolted to the ceiling above the seat. He braced his boots hard against the metal console in front of him. The blue water outside turned a brilliant, blinding aquamarine. James squeezed his eyes shut and braced for impact. Chapter 27. The surface. The blinding aquamarine water rushing past the glass didn't turn white. It turned gold. The deafening roar of the ocean faded, replaced by the gentle, rhythmic crash of waves against smooth stones. The crushing, freezing air inside the manta vanished. James blinked against the sudden, brilliant sunlight. He wasn't strapped into a titanium sphere. He was sitting on a massive piece of driftwood on a rocky beach in the Pacific Northwest. The air smelled of salt spray, pine needles, and warm earth. A gentle breeze rolled off the Puget Sound, carrying the distant low horn of a passing ferry. "Don't you dare let him shake on me." James turned his head. Sarah was standing barefoot in the shallow surf, the bottoms of her jeans rolled up to her calves. The afternoon sun caught the amber highlights in her hair as it whipped around her face. In the sea breeze, she was laughing, a bright, clear, musical sound that made James's chest ache with an overwhelming surge of love. A massive, soaking wet golden retriever came bounding out of the water, a piece of driftwood clamped proudly in its jaws. "Come here, Cooper," James called out, slapping his knees. The dog ignored him entirely, charging straight at Sarah. It dropped the stick at her feet and violently shook its entire body, sending a spray of freezing seawater in every direction. Sarah shrieked, throwing her arms up to shield her face. But she was smiling too hard to actually be mad. She dropped to her knees in the wet sand, wrapping her arms around the dog's thick, wet neck, burying her face in its golden fur. James watched her. The world felt perfectly, completely still. There were no corporate deadlines. There were no deep-sea test flights. There was no pressure. There was only this beach, this dog, and the woman who anchored his entire life. Sarah looked up over the dog's head, catching him staring. The wind blew a stray strand of hair across her eyes. "What?" she asked, her smile softening into something entirely for him. "Nothing," James said. He leaned his elbows on his knees, unable to look away. "Just trying to remember this." "Remember what?" "This exact second," James said softly. "The sun, the water, you, just everything." Sarah stood up, wiping the wet sand from her hands, and walked up the beach toward him. She stepped over the driftwood and sat down next to him, her shoulder pressing warmly against his. She smelled like sunscreen and the ocean. She rested her head against his shoulder and looked out at the water. "You don't have to memorize it, Jimmy," she murmured, her voice a quiet, steady promise. "We're not going anywhere. This is just the beginning." James wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. "I know, down by the water," Cooper barked. It was a sharp, loud sound. "Bark," James blinked. The sun dipped behind a cloud. The warmth vanished. "Bark." The sound distorted. It stretched, twisting from the joyful bark of a dog into the high-pitched, tearing scream of metal fatigue. The bright, golden sun shattered like a broken mirror, replaced by the blinding, violent white foam of the ocean surface. The manta exploded out of the water. The 10-ton titanium sphere launched a full 15 feet into the air, completely clearing the surface of the Pacific Ocean. For one terrifying, weightless second of hang time, the sub was suspended against a slate-gray sky, rain lashing against the acrylic viewport. Then gravity took over. The manta plummeted back down, slamming into the violent swells of the surface, with the force of a bomb going off. The impact was catastrophic. James was thrown violently forward against the 5-point harness, the nylon straps biting so deeply into his collarbones he felt the skin tear. The structural roll bars above his head screamed as the chassis warped. Inside the cabin, the heavy metal floor grating tore loose from its bolts, flying upward and smashing against the ceiling. The SOS terminal ripped free from the console, shattering against the starboard bulkhead in a shower of sparks and black plastic. The sub rolled violently, caught in the crest of a massive surface wave. The cabin spun like a washing machine. James was battered back and forth against the seat, his vision flashing with black spots, his bruised ribs screaming in agony. Finally, the manta righted itself. It bobbed heavily in the chaotic water, listing dangerously to the port side. The interior of the sub was a ruined, smoking disaster area. The only sound was the howling of the surface storm outside and the heavy, metallic slosh of the ocean rocking the hull. James hung limply in the harness. Blood trickled down the side of his face from a gash on his forehead. He slowly forced his eyes open. He was freezing. He was bleeding. The computer was destroyed, but he was breathing surface air. He looked through the cracked, rain-streaked viewport. He wasn't at the bottom of the world anymore. He had survived the trench. Chapter 28. The Breathing Sky. The manta pitched violently, thrown sideways by a massive surface swell. James hung in the 5-point harness, the straps digging into his bruised collarbones. The crushing, heavy silence of the deep was completely gone, replaced by the chaotic, deafening roar of a Pacific squall. Rain hammered against the acrylic viewport like a handful of thrown gravel. He slammed his fist against the buckle release. The heavy metal lock disengaged, and he dropped to the slanted deck, landing hard on the shattered remains of the SOS terminal. He needed air. The oxygen leak he had patched with the silicone tape was holding, but the atmosphere inside the small sphere was stale, thick with sweat, copper, and the phantom smell of burning battery acid. He looked up at the main entry hatch. At 35,000 feet, opening that hatch meant instantaneous, violent death. Here, on the surface, it was his only way out. James grabbed the heavy steel locking wheel with both hands. His right hand, wrapped in bloody, soaked gauze, slipped on the cold metal. He planted his heavy boots against the console for leverage and threw his entire body weight into a counterclockwise twist. The wheel didn't budge. The pressure differential was still fighting him, sealing the cabin tight. He gritted his teeth, his bruised ribs screaming in agony. "Come on," he snarled, tasting blood in his mouth. With a sickening, sharp crack, the locking mechanism broke free. James spun the wheel. The heavy titanium teeth disengaged from the frame. He pushed upward with both hands. The heavy circular hatch swung open on its massive hinges. The ocean poured in. It wasn't a flood, but the wind drove a sheet of freezing rain and sea spray directly into the cabin. James didn't care. He stood on the armrests of the pilot's seat, pulled himself up through the opening, and dragged his battered body out onto the top of the submarine. The world was massive. After spending 3 days trapped inside a 5-foot metal sphere, the sheer, infinite scale of the open ocean induced a sudden, violent wave of vertigo. The sky was a bruised, churning canvas of dark gray clouds. Massive, 15-foot swells rolled past, lifting the tiny manta up to their crests before dropping it sickeningly into the troughs. James clung to the open hatch, his knuckles white, his thermal clothes instantly soaked through by the driving rain. He was alive. The air was raw and tasted of pure salt. He sucked it into his lungs in huge, greedy gasps. He looked frantically toward the horizon every time the sub crested a wave, scanning the gray gloom. He was looking for the Titan, the massive offshore support vessel that had launched him days ago. There was nothing, just endless, churning water. "I'm here!" James screamed into the wind, the sound instantly swallowed by the storm. He needed a signal. The sub's automated surface transponder had likely been crushed or torn off during the thrashing in the trench. He dropped halfway back down into the open hatch, his legs dangling inside the cabin, and reached blindly toward the emergency kit he had scattered on the floor. His cold, numb fingers brushed against hard plastic. He pulled the flare gun out, snapping the chamber open to check the load. A single 12-gauge aerial meteor flare was seated inside. He hauled himself back onto the wet, slippery hull. He wrapped his left arm tightly around the heavy steel hinge of the hatch. To anchor himself against the pitching waves, he aimed the bright orange plastic gun straight up into the churning gray sky. He pulled the trigger. Thump. A streak of brilliant, blinding red light shot upward, cutting through the rain and the gloom. It reached 1,000 feet before bursting into a blinding, magnesium-bright red star that slowly drifted downward on a small parachute. The red light painted the churning ocean and the white caps in a bloody, surreal glow. James watched it fall, his chest heaving. "Please," he whispered. The flare hit the water and extinguished with a sharp hiss. The gray gloom rushed back in, the storm howled. James waited. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The surface cold was rapidly setting into his bones. A different kind of cold than the abyss, but just as lethal over time. Then, as the manta crested another massive swell, James saw it. Through the sheets of driving rain, a harsh, sweeping beam of white light cut across the water. It was a searchlight. A massive, dark silhouette was cutting through the swells, less than a mile away. The deep, heavy thrum of industrial diesel engines vibrated through the water. A sound so loud, James could feel it vibrating in his chest. The Titan. The searchlight swept blindly across the waves, cutting closer and closer, until the blinding white beam hit the reflective yellow paint of the manta and stopped, pinning James in a halo of light. A massive, blaring horn echoed across the water. 2 short blasts, they saw him. James slumped against the cold titanium hatch, letting his head fall back against the metal. The rain washed the blood and the grease from his face. A ragged, exhausted laugh tore its way out of his throat. He had beaten the abyss. He had beaten the ghost. He was going home to Sarah. Chapter 29. The Impossible Math. The Titan didn't just approach the manta. It eclipsed the world. A massive 200-foot wall of dark steel rose out of the churning ocean, blocking the storm wind and casting a deep, unnatural shadow over the battered yellow submersible. The deep, rhythmic thrum of the ship's heavy diesel engines vibrated right through the water, rattling the manta's titanium hull. Blinding white spotlights cut through the rain, pinning James to the top of the open hatch. "Hold your position." A mechanically amplified voice boomed from the ship's power system, cutting through the roar of the squall. "Rescue team in the water." James didn't have the strength to reply. His hands were completely numb, locked in a rigid death grip around the heavy steel hinge of the hatch. The adrenaline that had fueled his escape from the trench was rapidly evaporating, leaving behind a profound, paralyzing exhaustion. A heavy, orange, rigid, inflatable boat. Rib cut around the bow of the Titan, its twin outboard motors screaming as it surfed down the face of a 10-foot swell. There were 3 men in the boat, wearing thick, high-visibility immersion suits and heavy helmets. The rib slammed against the side of the manta. "Grab him!" the man at the bow yelled. "Rough." Gloved hands grabbed James by the shoulders of his soaked thermal shirt. They didn't ask if he could stand. They simply hauled him backward, over the rubber gunwale. James collapsed onto the deck of the inflatable boat, his legs giving out completely. Pain exploded in his bruised ribs and his mangled right hand, but it was drowned out by the overwhelming smell of marine diesel, wet neoprene, and human sweat. It was the smell of the living world. "I've got him!" a rescuer yelled, securing a heavy canvas strap across James's chest. "Go! Go! Clear the sub!" The outboard motors roared. James felt the boat surge forward, leaving the ruined, smoking shell of the manta behind to bob in the dark swells. He closed his eyes. The rain hit his face, but he couldn't feel the cold anymore. His body was shutting down. The next few minutes were a blur of violent motion and blinding light. He felt the rib being winched upward, lifted out of the ocean, and hoisted onto the Titan's massive aft deck. The mechanical whine of the cranes was deafening. As soon as the boat hit the steel deck, a swarm of people surrounded him. Get a backboard. Check his core temp. He's hypothermic. Watch his hand. It's shredded. They lifted him out of the boat and laid him flat on a hard plastic medical board. Heavy, heated wool blankets were immediately thrown over his soaking wet body. James blinked against the harsh, industrial fluorescent lights of the ship's hangar bay. The contrast from the absolute black of the Challenger Deep was agonizing. He squeezed his eyes shut, turning his head to the side. James. A hand grabbed his shoulder. It wasn't the rough, urgent grip of a rescue swimmer. It was a firm, grounding pressure. James forced his eyes open. Kneeling over him, ignoring the frantic medical staff cutting away James's wet thermals, was Marcus Miller. The expedition director looked 10 years older than the last time James had seen him. His face was pale, his eyes wide and bloodshot, and his expensive rain jacket was soaked through. "Marcus," James croaked. His throat felt like it was lined with broken glass. "Don't speak," Miller said, his voice shaking. "We've got you. The medbay is prepped. You're safe." "Sarah," James gasped, fighting the medics who were trying to strap an oxygen mask over his face. He weakly grabbed Miller's sleeve with his left hand. "I need the sat phone. I need to call Sarah. Tell her I'm okay." Miller froze. The relief on the older man's face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of profound, chilling confusion. He looked down at James, then up at the lead medic. "His wife?" Miller asked, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Marcus, please," James begged, his grip tightening. "Just get me a phone." "James," Miller said slowly, leaning closer. "What are you talking about?" "Sarah," James snapped, a surge of panic cutting through his exhaustion. "My wife. I left her in Seattle. I need to tell her. I made it back." The hangar bay suddenly felt very quiet. Even the medics stopped moving, staring down at him. Miller swallowed hard. He looked terrified. "James," Miller said softly, "Sarah died 3 years ago." James stopped breathing. The warm blankets suddenly felt like lead. "No," James whispered. "No, she didn't. I just saw her. I left her at the apartment before the launch. We had a fight." "You live alone," Miller said, his voice trembling. "Sarah died in a car accident in 2023. It's why you quit flying. It's why you disappeared." James stared at the metal ceiling. The fluorescent lights buzzed. "That's a lie," James said, his voice rising in panic. "The launch was Tuesday. We fought on Monday night. I walked out in the rain." Miller reached into his pocket and pulled out his heavy, waterproof chronometer. He held it up so James could see the digital display. "The Manta didn't launch on Tuesday, James," Miller said, his voice dead and hollow over the sound of the storm outside. "The launch was 21 days ago. Your emergency oxygen was only rated for 72 hours. Miller lowered the watch. "You've been at the bottom of the trench for 3 weeks. How the hell are you alive?" Chapter 30. The Stolen Weeks. The medical bay of the Titan was blindingly white and smelled of rubbing alcohol and iodine. It was a sterile, unforgiving reality that offered nowhere for a hallucination to hide. James lay on a stainless steel examination table. The heavy wool blankets had been stripped away, replaced by a silver, foil-lined thermal wrap designed to trap his returning body heat. An IV line was taped securely to the crook of his left arm, pumping warm saline and heavy-duty broad-spectrum antibiotics directly into his bloodstream. He stared at the ceiling panels. The ship rocked gently beneath him, a soothing, natural motion that felt entirely alien after the violent bucking of the Manta. "Heart rate is stabilizing," a voice said from the periphery of his vision. It was a woman in dark blue scrubs, reading a digital monitor. "Core temperature is up to 95 degrees. But look at this metabolic panel, Mr. Miller. His electrolytes are completely bottomed out. His kidney function is bordering on acute failure. Marcus Miller stepped into James's line of sight. He looked exhausted. He crossed his arms over his wet rain jacket. "How long until he can sit up, Doc?" Miller asked. "He shouldn't even be conscious," the doctor replied, adjusting the IV drip. "By all medical logic, he shouldn't be alive. A human body can go maybe 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. But he hasn't had either, and he's been breathing recycled, degraded air for 500 hours. His muscle atrophy alone is staggering." James slowly brought his left hand out from under the foil blanket. He didn't look at the doctor. He brought his fingers to his own face. Instead of the light, 3-day stubble he expected, his fingers brushed against a thick, unkempt beard. The hair was coarse and matted with salt. He moved his hand down to his ribs. Through the thin fabric of the hospital gown they had put on him, he could feel every single bone. His stomach was a hollow, sunken crater. His body hadn't lied. Marcus hadn't lied. The 21 days were real. "Sarah," James whispered. The name felt strange in his mouth. It felt like a word belonging to a different language. Miller leaned over the table, his expression softening with a heavy paternal grief. "Jimmy, I'm so sorry. I thought you knew. I thought you had made peace with it before you took this contract. You took the job to get away from Seattle, remember? To get away from the house." The fragmented memories hit James like physical blows. A rainy funeral, a closed casket, the sound of wet tires on asphalt. He squeezed his eyes shut as a violent headache spiked behind his temples. He hadn't walked out on her after a fight in the kitchen. He had walked out of their empty house because the silence had finally become too loud to bear. The guilt that had been crushing him at the bottom of the trench wasn't about leaving her. It was about surviving the car crash that had killed her. His brain, starved of oxygen and poisoned by carbon dioxide, had built a protective delusion to shield him from the unbearable weight of his own grief. It had resurrected her in his mind, giving him a reason to fight for the surface. "The Manta," James rasped, opening his eyes. He tried to sit up, but the doctor gently pushed his shoulder back down. "Did you recover the sub?" "We winched it onto the aft deck right after we pulled you out of the water," Miller said. "It's a total loss, Jimmy. The pressure hull is warped. The avionics are fried and the ballast system is completely blown out." "Did you go inside?" James demanded, his voice gaining a frantic edge. "Did you check the cabin?" Miller exchanged a concerned look with the doctor. "My engineers did a quick sweep to secure the battery banks." "Why?" "There was a book," James said. His breathing hitched, the heart monitor beside the bed beginning to beep faster. "A black-leathered journal. It belonged to Arthur Vance. I found it in the bilge." Miller frowned, his brow furrowing. "Arthur Vance, Jimmy. Arthur Vance died 30 years ago. His sub was never found." "I found it!" James yelled, his voice tearing. He ignored the burning pain in his IV arm and grabbed Miller's jacket. "The Acheron is down there. It's sitting right on the edge of the Challenger Deep." He gave me the book. The doctor stepped forward, a syringe in her hand. "Mr. Miller, he's becoming agitated. His heart rate is spiking. I need to give him a mild sedative." "No." James panicked. He couldn't go to sleep. If he closed his eyes, he was terrified he would wake up back in the freezing dark. "Marcus, listen to me." I patched the scrubber with silicone tape. I blew the ballast with an explosive pyrotechnic bolt. I pulled off Vance's sub. "That's how I got off the bottom." Miller stared at him. He didn't look dismissive. He looked deeply, profoundly unsettled. "Jimmy," Miller said slowly, "my engineers checked the port ballast manifold. You didn't blow the valve with an explosive charge." James froze. "What?" "The valve wasn't blown," Miller repeated, his voice quiet. It was removed. Cleanly. The heavy locking bolts were unscrewed from the outside, and the entire assembly was manually detached. Someone took it off. The sterile white walls of the medical bay suddenly felt exactly like the crushing titanium sphere of the Manta. "That's impossible," James whispered. "I was inside the sub. I couldn't reach the external bolts." "I know," Miller said, reaching into his pocket. "And my team found this resting on the pilot's seat." Miller placed a heavy, rectangular object on the steel table next to James's good hand. It was a black leather notebook. The cover was heavily waterlogged, but the pages inside were intact. James stared at it, the blood draining from his face. If his mind had invented Sarah to keep him alive, it meant his brain was broken. But the notebook was sitting right in front of him, and someone, or something, had manually unbolted his submarine from the outside to let him go. Chapter 31. The Missing Time. The black leather notebook sat on the sterile metal table like an unexploded bomb. James stared at it. His chest rose and fell in shallow, rapid breaths. He didn't want to touch it. If he touched it, he would be anchoring the madness to reality. He would be admitting that the ghost of Arthur Vance wasn't just a symptom of his poisoned brain. With a shaking, bandaged left hand, James reached out and pulled the book toward him. The leather cover was heavily warped from the seawater, but, as he cracked it open, the pages inside were perfectly, impossibly dry. He flipped past the dates from 1996, past the frantic scribbles of a man losing his mind to the pressure. He flipped straight to the very last page. The ink was black, bold, and entirely fresh. It was the same jagged, raw handwriting that had bled across his SOS terminal. "They don't let you die down here, Jimmy. They just let you change. See you soon." James slammed the book shut. His heart hammered wildly against his bruised ribs, triggering an alarm on the medical monitor beside him. "Where did you find this?" James demanded, his voice cracking. He looked up at Miller. "Exactly where?" "Sitting perfectly centered on the pilot's seat," Miller said gently. "Right next to the 5-point harness. I left it in the aft compartment," James said, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "I locked it in the battery box. Someone took it out. Someone put it on the seat." Miller sighed, running a heavy hand over his exhausted face. "Jimmy, there is no someone. We pulled the Manta out of the water. The primary hatch was still locked tight from the inside. Nobody boarded your sub. Nobody got in. Then, who unbolted the ballast tank?" James yelled. "That's the problem," Miller said softly. He reached into his wet jacket and pulled out a ruggedized corporate tablet. He tapped the heavy glass screen a few times, unlocking it. "My engineering team ripped the black box data from the Manta's tail fin the second the sub hit the deck. The lens was cracked, but the aft camera survived." Miller set the tablet down on the steel table next to the journal. "I need you to prepare yourself," Miller said. "Because the math of your survival doesn't make sense, James. You were down there for 21 days. But the black box data, it doesn't show you fighting for 3 weeks. It shows something else entirely." Miller hit play. The screen flickered, showing the grainy, green-tinted footage of the Mariana Trench. It was a view from the back of the Manta, looking forward down the length of the yellow titanium hull. The sub was resting in the gray mud. It wasn't moving. The time code in the bottom right corner read, Day 04022. "Watch," Miller instructed. James watched the screen. For 10 seconds, nothing happened then. The internal floodlights of the Manta, the bright halogens that shone through the viewport, flickered and died. The sub went completely dark. "The main power grid failed on day 4, Miller explained, his voice grim. "Your battery banks completely bled out. The life support systems shut down. The internal heaters died. By the end of day 4, the temperature inside that cabin was 28 degrees, and the air was completely toxic." James felt the air leave his lungs. "No. I rebooted the SOS system. I patched the battery short with my boot. You patched the short on day 3, Miller corrected him. But the battery still died 24 hours later. We have the logs, Jimmy. The sub went entirely dead. Miller dragged his finger across the tablet's timeline, fast-forwarding the video. Days 08, the sub sat in the dark. Day 14, the sub sat in the dark. Day 19, the sub sat in the dark. You sat in a freezing, unpowered titanium coffin, with no oxygen for 17 days, Miller said, the absolute horror of the fact bleeding into his voice. We should have recovered a frozen corpse. Miller stopped the fast-forward at day 21. 08. Then this morning, Miller said, pointing at the screen. This happened. On the video, the dark water around the manta began to shift. The grey silt kicked up, swirling into a dense fog. From the absolute black of the trench, a figure emerged. James grabbed the edge of the medical table, his knuckles turning white. It was a man. He was wearing a faded, dark blue deep-sea pilot's jumpsuit. He was walking barefoot through the freezing mud, completely unbothered by the 16,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. The figure walked right up to the portside ballast tank. He didn't have a wrench. He didn't have tools. He simply placed his bare, pale hands on the heavy titanium locking bolts. With a sickening metallic screech that distorted the camera's microphone, the figure twisted the bolts with his bare hands. One by one, he ripped them out of the hull, tossing them into the mud. He gripped the heavy valve assembly and tore it clean off the sub. The pressurized air inside the tank violently evacuated, blasting the water out. The manta violently lurched upward, shooting off the trench floor and disappearing from the camera's frame, leaving the figure standing alone in the dark. Right before the video ended, the figure slowly turned its head to look directly at the tail camera. The face was pale, the eyes entirely black. It was Arthur Vance. James couldn't breathe. The room started to spin. The sterile white lights of the med bay suddenly felt blinding. Vance hadn't tried to kill him. Vance hadn't tried to strangle him. The ghost had manually ripped the ballast off the sub to send him to the surface. James, Miller said, grabbing his shoulders to steady him. Look at me. Look at me. How did you survive in a dead sub for 17 days without air? What did you breathe? James looked at the frozen image of Arthur Vance on the tablet. He remembered the hallucination of the Acheron's open hatch. He remembered Vance flooding his own cabin, equalizing the pressure, and letting the ocean in. They don't let you die down here, Jimmy. They just let you change. James looked down at his own chest. He watched his ribs expand and contract, pulling the sterile hospital air into his lungs. But suddenly, the air didn't feel right. It felt thin. It felt empty. A sharp, terrifying pain flared deep inside his chest, right at the base of his lungs. It wasn't the pain of bruised ribs. It was a desperate, burning ache. Jimmy? Miller asked, panic rising in his voice. Doc, get over here. He can't breathe. James gasped, clawing at his own throat. The oxygen mask the doctor slammed over his face did absolutely nothing. The pure, medical-grade oxygen felt like sucking on an empty plastic tube. He was suffocating on the surface. His body didn't want air anymore. It wanted the weight. It wanted the dark. It wanted the freezing, heavy water of the Mariana Trench. Chapter 32. The Bends. The medical-grade oxygen tasted like burning plastic. James ripped the clear mask off his face, the elastic band snapping sharply against his ear. He choked, his chest heaving violently, but his lungs refused to process the air. It felt like trying to breathe in a vacuum. Hold him down, the doctor shouted. The heart monitor next to the bed screamed a continuous, high-pitched warning. His O2 saturation is crashing. Push 2 milligrams of Ativan. Get a crash cart over here now. James bucked off the examination table, his heavy, uncoordinated limbs tangled in the foil blanket and the IV line. The needle tore out of his left arm, spraying warm blood across the sterile white tiles of the medbay floor. He hit the steel deck hard on his hands and knees. He didn't care about the pain. He was suffocating. He opened his mouth, his jaw unhinging as he tried to suck the atmosphere into his body. But the air felt too light. It lacked the heavy, crushing density his cells were screaming for. Underneath the harsh fluorescent lights, James looked at his own hands pressed against the floor. The veins in his forearms weren't blue. They were bulging, pushing tightly against the skin, and they were turning a bruised, sickening black. The nitrogen in his blood was violently expanding. "He's decompressing!" Miller yelled. The older man dropped to his knees, grabbing James by the shoulders. "Doc, look at his skin. He's getting the bends." "That's impossible." The doctor panicked, scrambling around the fallen metal tray. He was in a pressurized sphere. He wasn't exposed to the water. "I don't care about the physics right now," Miller roared. "He's dying. Get a gurney. We have to get him to the dive chamber." James couldn't see them anymore. The edges of his vision collapsed into a tight, dark tunnel. The roaring in his ears drowned out the medical alarms. He felt rough hands grab him under the armpits. He was hauled off the floor and thrown onto a rolling stretcher. The ceiling panels blurred overhead as they sprinted down the ship's corridor. Clack, clack, clack. The wheels of the gurney hammered over the metal deck seams. James's spine arched backward in a violent spasm. His body was literally trying to tear itself apart to find the pressure it had lost. He tasted copper. Blood trickled from his nose, running hot into his tangled, salty beard. "Open it! Open the door!" Miller's voice echoed in the tight hallway. A heavy, metallic screech filled the air. Rough hands dragged James off the gurney. He hit a cold, curved metal floor. He cracked his eyes open. He was inside a steel cylinder. It was the Titan's hyperbaric dive chamber, a heavy pressurized tube used to treat deep-sea divers suffering from decompression sickness. It was painted white on the inside, barely big enough for two men to sit face to face. Miller leaned into the circular hatch. His face was pale and terrified. "We're going to blow it down, Jimmy," Miller said rapidly. "We're going to give you the weight back. Hold on." Miller pulled his head out, clang. The heavy, submarine-style steel door slammed shut. The locking wheel spun rapidly on the outside, sealing James inside the tube. Through the thick 6-inch quartz porthole in the door, James could see the doctor scrambling at the external control panel. A deafening hiss filled the chamber. High-pressure air blasted through the internal vents. The atmosphere inside the steel cylinder compressed. Rapidly, the temperature spiked. His ears popped violently. The pressure gauge above the door ticked upward. 2 atmospheres, 3 atmospheres, 4 atmospheres. The crushing weight hit James's chest like an anvil. Instantly, his lungs unlocked. James sucked in a massive, ragged breath. The heavy, pressurized air flooded his starving system. The violent spasms in his muscles immediately ceased. The black, bulging veins in his arms began to recede. The expanding nitrogen forced back into solution by the sheer weight of the atmosphere in the tube. He collapsed against the curved steel wall, his chest heaving, his body soaked in cold sweat. He could breathe. The pain was gone. James wiped the blood from his nose with the back of his hand. He looked through the thick quartz porthole in the heavy steel door. Miller and the doctor were standing on the other side of the glass, staring in at him. They didn't look relieved. They looked horrified. They were looking at a man who could no longer survive on the surface of his own planet. James slowly placed his bloody palm against the inside of the thick glass. He had escaped the Mariana Trench. He had survived the ghost of Arthur Vance. He had beaten the 21 days in the dark. But as James looked around the cramped, heavy steel cylinder, listening to the hiss of the pressurized air keeping him alive. The terrifying reality finally set in. He was breathing. He was safe, but he was locked inside a metal cage. And this time, he could never leave. Chapter 33, The Anatomy of a Ghost. The hyperbaric chamber was perfectly white and dead silent, save for the steady, mechanical hiss of the life support vents. James sat cross-legged on the cold steel floor, wrapped in a thin hospital sheet. The pressure gauge above the heavy door was pinned at 4 atmospheres. It was the equivalent of being 130 feet underwater. Down here, the air was thick, heavy, and rich. His lungs loved it. His heartbeat was a slow, steady, powerful rhythm. Through the thick quartz porthole, he could see the medical bay. It looked like a silent movie. The doctor was frantically talking into a wall-mounted radio. Marcus Miller was standing right outside the glass, staring in at him. The older man looked sick. A sharp crackle of static broke the silence inside the steel tube. The intercom speaker above James's head clicked on. Jimmy Miller's voice echoed in the tight space. It sounded tinny and exhausted. "Can you hear me?" James didn't move toward the microphone. He just nodded, his eyes locked on Miller through the glass. "The doctor just got off the line with a naval trauma center in Pearl Harbor," Miller said. He pressed his hand against the outside of the porthole. "They don't know what to do. At this pressure, we can't medevac you. The helicopter altitude would kill you in 3 minutes. You have to stay in the tube." "How long?" James asked. His voice sounded strange. The dense air deepened his pitch, giving it a hollow, resonant vibration. Miller hesitated. "We are going to initiate a slow decompression. We drop the pressure by a fraction of an atmosphere every hour. We trick your body into adjusting back to sea level. It might take days. It's not going to work, Marcus." "We have to try," Miller argued, his voice tightening with desperation. "Jimmy, your blood panels came back. The doctor ran them 3 times because she thought the centrifuge was broken." James slowly looked down at his own bare arms. The black, bulging veins had receded, but his skin didn't look right. It was too pale, carrying a faint, sickly translucence. He could see the intricate roadmap of his own circulatory system just beneath the surface. "What did they find?" James asked. "Your red blood cells," Miller said, the static hissing on the line. "They're warped. They're carrying trace amounts of a synthetic protein we can't identify. It's bonding to the oxygen and storing it in your muscle tissue, like a sperm whale. That's how you survived in the dead sub for 3 weeks. Your body stopped breathing the air and started absorbing it." James stared at his hands. He flexed his fingers. The raw, bloody tears on his right knuckles were already sealing shut, covered by a thin layer of unnatural, gray tissue. "I'm not human anymore," James stated. It wasn't a question. "Don't say that," Miller snapped. "We have the best medical team in the world waiting for us on the mainland. We are going to fix this. We are going to bleed that pressure out of you." "Marcus," James said softly, "look at my eyes." James leaned forward, pressing his face close to the thick quartz glass. The harsh fluorescent lights of the medical bay illuminated his reflection. Miller stepped closer to the porthole. The older man physically recoiled. James didn't have to guess what Miller saw. He could see his own reflection in the glass. The whites of his eyes were gone. They had flooded with a deep, solid, obsidian black. He looked exactly like the corpse he had seen in the window of the Acheron. He looked exactly like Arthur Vance. "They don't let you die down there," James whispered, staring at his own black eyes. "They just let you change." The intercom clicked off, stumbled backward from the door, his hand covering his mouth. James sat back on his heels. He wasn't terrified anymore. The blind, frantic panic that had driven him through the trench was entirely gone. It was replaced by a cold, heavy, absolute certainty. His brain had finally stopped fighting the truth. Sarah was dead. The empty house in Seattle was just an empty house. He had spent 3 years trying to punish himself for surviving the car crash, and he had finally found a place that gave him exactly what he deserved. The Mariana Trench hadn't tried to kill him. It had adopted him. A sharp, metallic clack echoed through the chamber. James looked up. The automated pressure valve above the door shifted. The dial ticked down from 4 atmospheres to 3.9. The doctor had started the decompression sequence. Instantly, the sharp, burning pain hit the base of James's lungs. The air in the chamber thinned just a fraction, but his altered biology panicked. His chest heaved. He gasped, his hands flying to his throat as the oxygen slipped away. He scrambled to his feet, throwing his weight against the heavy steel door. "Stop!" James roared, his voice booming in the tight space. He slammed his fists against the thick glass. "Stop the sequence! It's killing me!" On the other side of the glass, the doctor shook her head. She picked up a microphone. "It's going to hurt, James." Her voice came through the intercom, clinical and detached. "We have to purge the nitrogen. Try to take shallow breaths. We have another 60 hours of decompression." "You don't understand," James screamed, coughing violently as the air thinned further. "My body won't go back. Give me the pressure." He hit the glass again. A smear of blood left a print on the quartz. He was trapped. They thought they were saving him, but they were executing him slowly. He couldn't survive the surface, and they wouldn't let him keep the weight. He looked around the smooth white walls of the cylinder. There was no SOS terminal. There were no explosive bolts. There was only a single heavy mechanical wheel on the inside of the door, locked by a manual steel latch. If he pulled that latch, the door would blow open. The sudden, violent decompression from 3.9 atmospheres to sea level would cause a massive arterial gas embolism. It would instantly boil his blood. He looked at the locking wheel. Then, he looked through the glass at Miller, who was watching him with wide, horrified eyes. James grabbed the heavy steel latch. Chapter 34. The Specimen. James gripped the heavy steel latch. "Jimmy, wait!" Miller's voice screamed through the intercom. The tinny, amplified sound was raw with panic. "Don't pull it! You don't know what you're holding inside you. We can synthesize it." James froze. His hand remained locked on the cold metal. He looked through the thick quartz porthole. Miller was pressing both hands against the glass, his face pale and sweating. Behind him, the doctor had stopped moving. She was staring at Miller, looking just as confused as James felt. "Sinai, what?" James asked, his voice vibrating hollow and deep in the pressurized air. Miller swallowed hard. He looked over his shoulder at the doctor, then back to James, the facade of the grieving, caring expedition director completely dissolved. What was left was a terrified corporate executive. "The battery short on the Manta wasn't a malfunction," Miller said, the words spilling out in a desperate rush. "It was a timed relay. We intentionally blew the primary grid." The words hung in the heavy air of the chamber. "You stranded me," James whispered. "We had to," Miller pleaded. "Vance didn't just disappear 30 years ago. He transmitted his final biological data packets before his comms went dark. We knew what the extremophiles at the bottom of the trench did. We knew they bonded to human cellular structure to survive the pressure. But they only activate under extreme, prolonged hypoxia." James felt a cold, terrifying clarity wash over him. The launch, the isolated drop zone. The fact that Miller had specifically sought him out in Seattle, knowing he was a broken, suicidal pilot who had lost his wife. "You needed a lab rat," James said. "We needed a subject who wouldn't panic and blow the ballast on day 2. Miller yelled, his voice cracking. "Someone with nothing left to lose. Jimmy, the synthetic protein in your blood could revolutionize deep-sea exploration." medical cryogenics, space travel. You are the greatest biological discovery in human history. Don't throw it away." James stared at Miller. For 3 years he had believed he deserved to die because he had survived the car crash that killed Sarah. He had carried that guilt to the absolute bottom of the world, and this corporation had weaponized his grief to turn him into a monster. They didn't want to save him, they wanted to bottle him. James looked at his own reflection in the glass. The black, obsidian eyes stared back. "You wanted to see what the pressure does," James said softly. "Jimmy, no." James pulled the latch. The heavy steel locking mechanism snapped open. The pressure differential was catastrophic. Almost 4 atmospheres of compressed air violently sought equilibrium with the sea-level pressure of the medical bay. The heavy steel door blew open with the concussive force of an artillery shell. It struck Miller dead in the chest, launching the older man backward across the room. The deafening, explosive roar of expanding air shattered the medical monitors, blew the fluorescent lights out of the ceiling, and filled the entire bay with a dense, freezing white fog of condensation. Alarms instantly began to scream. Red emergency strobes flashed through the smoke. Inside the chamber, the sudden violent decompression hit James's body. The remaining nitrogen in his blood instantly expanded. The pain was blinding, a horrific tearing sensation in his joints and lungs. He fell to his knees on the steel floor, coughing up a mouthful of dark, thick blood. But his blood didn't boil, his altered cells didn't rupture. The synthetic protein violently clamped down on his muscular structure, forcing his body to hold together. He was hurting, but he was rapidly healing. The torn tissues in his chest knit themselves shut in seconds. James dragged himself out of the hyperbaric tube, his bare feet hitting the tile floor of the medical bay. Through the swirling white fog and the flashing red lights, he saw the doctor cowering behind a tipped-over steel table. Across the room, Miller was slumped against the bulkhead, groaning, his chest heaving as he clutched a shattered collarbone. James stood up to his full height. The hospital sheet fell away, leaving him in just the ruined, soaked thermal pants from the dive. The black veins on his arms were bulging again, throbbing with a violent, unnatural strength. He didn't need the air on this ship, he needed the ocean. And he wasn't leaving without taking the lab down with him. Chapter 35. The Wait. The medical bay was a chaos of flashing red strobes and thick, freezing condensation. James stepped out of the hyperbaric tube. Sea-level gravity felt entirely wrong, without the crushing weight of the trench pressing against his altered cells. He felt incredibly light, as if he could simply float off the deck. His muscles, dense and flooded with the synthetic deep-sea protein, possessed a terrifying, coiled potential. The doctor didn't try to stop him. She scrambled backward, her rubber-soled shoes slipping on the wet tiles, and bolted through the open doorway into the corridor. James ignored her. He looked down at Marcus Miller. The expedition director was backed against the steel bulkhead, clutching his shattered collarbone. His face was a mask of pure terror. He tried to push himself away, sliding his boots frantically across the floor. James reached down and grabbed Miller by the lapels of his soaked rain jacket. He didn't heave or strain, he simply lifted his right arm. Miller's feet left the floor. The older man choked, kicking his legs as James pinned him against the wall with one hand. "The data," James said. His voice was a low, resonant rumble that vibrated over the shrieking alarms. "Where is the research, Marcus?" "Jimmy, please," Miller gasped, his face turning purple. "It's on the mainframes, in the adjoining lab. You can't." James didn't wait for him to finish. He threw Miller through the open door of the medical bay. Miller hit the corridor deck hard, sliding across the metal grating. James stepped through the doorway. The ship was waking up, Heavy boots slammed against the steel stairs. At the end of the hall, the Titan's private security detail was rushing down to the lower decks. James grabbed Miller by the belt and dragged him down the hall, kicking open the heavy steel door to the biological research lab. The room was massive, lined with stainless steel examination tables, chemical centrifuges, and 3 towering black server racks that held the digitized data ripped from the Acheron and the Manta. James threw Miller to the floor. He walked up to the primary server rack. It was bolted to the deck and wired directly into the ship's bulkhead. James shoved his bare hands into the gap between the rack and the wall. He gripped the heavy steel frame. He pulled. The bolts screamed. The thick steel warped under his fingers. With a violent, tearing crash, the entire 6-foot server rack ripped completely out of the wall. Sparks showered the room. As thick power cables snapped, James hurled the 1,000-pound rack across the lab. It smashed through a row of centrifuges and crumpled against the far wall in a smoking heap of twisted metal and shattered glass. Miller covered his head, sobbing. "They're going to kill you. You can't stop the company." "I'm not trying to stop the company," James said, turning toward the second rack. "I'm erasing their map." 2 security contractors burst through the lab door. They were wearing tactical vests and carrying heavy, solid steel batons. "Stand down," the lead guard shouted, raising his weapon. James didn't stop. He grabbed the second server rack. The lead guard lunged forward, swinging the baton in a brutal 2-handed arc aimed directly at the back of James's head. The heavy steel struck James's skull with a sickening crack. The baton bent. James slowly turned around. The blow hadn't even broken the skin. The hyper-dense muscle and bone structure, designed to withstand 16,000 pounds of pressure, had absorbed the kinetic impact like a sponge hitting a brick wall. The guard froze, his eyes going wide. James grabbed the man by the front of his tactical vest. He squeezed. The heavy Kevlar plates cracked like dry wood under his grip. James lifted the guard over his head and threw him into the second server rack. The impact shattered the remaining drives, burying the man under a pile of sparking hardware. The second guard dropped his baton and ran. James walked over to the final console. He ripped the primary hard drives from their bays and crushed the aluminum casings in his bare hands, dropping the ruined metal onto the deck. The research was gone. The genetic map of the Mariana Trench was dead. James looked down at Miller. The director was staring at the ruined lab, hyperventilating. "Get up," James ordered. He dragged Miller out of the lab and down the corridor, heading straight for the massive double steel doors of the aft hangar deck. He hit the manual release. The doors slid open. The roar of the Pacific storm instantly drowned out the ship's alarms. Freezing rain lashed across the massive, open deck. In the center of the bay, the ruined, yellow shell of the Manta sat in its cradle. Beyond it was the edge of the ship, dropping straight down into the violent, churning ocean. James hauled Miller out into the storm. The wind whipped the rain into their faces. James walked Miller to the very edge of the deck. The ship pitched heavily on a massive swell. Down below, the black water crashed against the steel hull, foaming white in the darkness. James held Miller out over the edge. "Jimmy!" Miller screamed, clawing frantically at James's thick, pale forearms. "Don't do it! I'm sorry. We just wanted the cure. We just wanted to survive." James looked at the terrified man. He looked at the ship and the ruined submarine. Then he looked down at the black, churning water. It wasn't cold. It wasn't terrifying. It was home. "You don't understand the pressure, Marcus," James yelled over the storm. "You can't bottle it. You can't steal it. You have to earn it." James pulled Miller back from the edge and threw him hard onto the wet steel deck. "Tell them I died," James said. Before Miller could sit up, James turned and stepped off the edge of the ship. He didn't brace for impact. He didn't hold his breath. He plummeted 60 feet through the freezing rain. Falling like a stone, he hit the Pacific Ocean. The water swallowed him instantly. The deafening roar of the storm was completely silenced. The heavy, freezing dark wrapped around him like a heavy blanket. James opened his black eyes. He opened his mouth and breathed the ocean in. He didn't swim up. He turned his body, kicked his heavy legs, and began to sink, heading back down into the crushing, beautiful dark. Epilogue. The Warden. 6 months later, the control room of the Titan was dead silent. Marcus Miller stood at the primary monitor, his left arm resting in a black fabric sling. The expedition director looked hollowed out. His skin was pale, and his eyes carried the heavy, sunken look of a man who hadn't slept a full night in half a year. On the massive high-definition screen in front of him, a live video feed played in stark black and white. It was the camera feed from a heavily armored, unmanned rove, a remotely operated drone currently descending past 34,000 feet. "Approaching the coordinates, Mr. Miller," the drone pilot said softly, his hands hovering over the dual joysticks on the console. "We're 500 feet above the trench floor." Miller didn't blink. "Turn on the halogens. Let's see if he survived the fall." The pilot flipped a switch on the screen. Twin beams of brilliant white light sliced through the absolute black of the Challenger deep. The camera tilted downward as the drone slowly sank toward the abyssal plain. The gray, swirling silt of the trench floor came into view. "Sonar is picking up a large metallic mass directly ahead," the pilot reported, checking his secondary screen. "It matches the dimensions of the Acheron. Take us in." Miller ordered, his voice tight. The drone glided forward through the freezing, high-pressure water. The rusted orange hull of Arthur Vance's dead submarine materialized out of the gloom, covered in the same ghostly white bacterial mats. But as the ROV's camera panned past the Acheron's open entry hatch, the headlights caught something else standing in the mud. The pilot gasped, his hands jerking on the controls. The drone physically shuddered in the water. "Steady the camera," Miller barked. The lens focused. Standing in the freezing, toxic silt, completely unbothered by the 16,000 pounds of oceanic pressure, was a man. He was shirtless, wearing only a pair of ragged, ruined thermal diving pants. His chest was heavily scarred, but unnaturally thick, the veins in his arms bulging black beneath pale, translucent skin. It was James. He didn't look like a victim anymore. He looked massive. He looked permanent. The drone hovered 30 feet away, its bright headlights pinned directly on him. Slowly, James turned his head to face the camera. The harsh light washed over his face, reflecting off his eyes. There was no white left in them at all. They were a solid, endless, obsidian black. He didn't smile. He didn't look angry. He simply raised a heavy, pale hand and pointed a single finger directly at the drone's lens. Then, he closed his fist. On the screen, the thick, armored titanium housing of the ROV began to screech. The audio feed warped into a deafening, high-pitched squeal of buckling metal. Crack. The screen instantly cut to static. In the control room, the red signal lost warning flashed across the monitor, painting Miller's horrified face in a bloody glow. He had his answer. The Mariana Trench had a new warden. The end. Thank you for listening to The Call of the Void. Please like and subscribe for more.